Chapter 5960. Swish. Jian Wushuang, who had been ready for a long time, rushed into the crack in a flash. The sword of myriad tribulations behind it also erupted with the power belonging to the starry sky at this moment. It turned into a dark blue streamline and entered the interior of the pyramid. Metal Light Brain was startled when he saw the blue Jian Wushuang and hurriedly rushed into the eyes of the black puppet. Want to forcibly start this puppet, but the power of life contained in the current puppet is all Danbao, no matter how he manipulated it. After Jian Wushuang went deep into the pyramid, he let out a wicked smile, raised his hand to draw his sword, and destroyed it. Countless metal particles wanted to attack him, but they were all shattered by the power of the starry sky. Without the metal puppet, the black puppet cannot be mobilized. Metal Light Brain, completely helpless. He could only beg for mercy. Jian Wushuang, stop now. You are the master of the universe. You don't need to fight like this, and you don't need to be reborn. I can give you a lot of treasures, and I can help you become the 9 tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang ignored the opponent. The sword chi persists for a long time, and it kills arbitrarily. The more urgent the other party, the safer he is. It means that the Metal Light Brain has no backhand, can only beg for mercy. Damn, how can I fall? The worst plan that Metal Light Brain had thought about was that Danbao would fall when he became the of life. He could close his eyes when he died in the hands of life. But to be killed by a cosmos master of the 6 tribulations realm is simply a shame. Click. Some special conversion passages connecting the pyramid were also destroyed by Jian Wushuang Yijian. The Metal Light Brain completely lost hope, and the black puppet also stopped working at this moment. When it was running, he couldn't manipulate it, and now he couldn't. For the Metal Light Brain, he now has nowhere to hide. Jian Wushuang held the sword of myriad tribulations upside down, took a step forward, and came directly to the black puppet, stared at the eyes that dimmed from the red light, and said coldly, "Come out, I can make you look decent." If it wasn't for the lack of time, he really wanted to ask the other party what Nan Shikong was like, because from the Realm King, he knows other time and space, which is different from the northern time and space. He came out of the primordial universe and arrived in the ancient moon space-time without any barriers. It is because the northern time and space are all practitioners. South time and space are different, where the practice method is not only different from theirs, but even the life is different. So he was a little curious. The Metal Light Brain was about to cry. He dragged his mechanical feet and walked out of the black puppet's eyeballs. "Jian Wushuang, I remember you. You must not die. Can't afford to lose." Jian Wushuang never expected that after the other party came out, he would say such a sentence. After all, he is also a powerful man with a head and face, which makes the king of the realm find it difficult. As a result, the first time they met, they started cursing. If the opponent wins, he has to face death generously. Never so foolish, simply shameful. Curiosity about Nan Shikong disappeared immediately. Just want to fix each other and leave. The Metal Light Brain went completely crazy and fell into madness. "You will definitely die, I swear." Thanks, I'm waiting." Jian Wushuang was somewhat amused by the other party's words. He had heard such words no less than 100 times. Then what? No one could kill him. But this time, it's different. Before he could make a move, Metal Light Brain chose the divine power Vulcan crystal that exploded within his body. The huge explosion turned the inside of the pyramid into ashes. This explosion can kill the peak powerhouse of the 8 tribulations realm. If Jian Wushuang was not prepared, he might have really fallen. In the dust, a green light enveloped Jian Wushuang. Unscathed, that is Danbao's shield of life, completely covered his entire body. Is this the backhand? Jian Wushuang laughed at himself. That's too weak. Just when he was relaxed, he found that the black puppet disappeared. He searched everywhere, but couldn't find the black puppet. The tenacity of the black puppet left no scum that could not be destroyed. Jian Wushuang was a little worried, and after searching around for a while, he found 2 soft armors and some identity tokens. Shiqi, Shirba. They are the 2 7 tribulations realm powerhouses of the Stone Country. At the beginning, they also entered the Wanlu universe with them. It's just that they have a lot of strength, only more than 1 million divine power. Follow Lianxing. Jian Wushuang didn't care too much. Later, after the Shenmu king brought people out of the secret realm of the cave, he was no longer in sight. He thought he had fallen. Seeing their soft armor and identity token, there is a high probability that the metal light brain is controlled. Metal light brain can enslave up to 10 metal golems. Among those puppets, there are no Shiqi and Shirba, the 2 strong men of the Stone Country. Jian Wushuang was sure, because after those metal puppets were angry, they did not change their appearance, but their skin color turned silver. That is to say, Shiqi and Shirba, the 2 Stone Country powerhouses, have been under house arrest in the pyramid by the metal light brain. It should be normal to be destroyed now. But why is the black puppet gone? His doubts turned into surprise in the outside world. The destroyed pyramid has no power, just an ordinary metal treasure, can be opened at will. When he went out, he discovered that there was a black hole outside. The people above the immortal temple showed strange expressions when they saw him. Returning to the Temple of Immortality, he understood only after Wu Li and others explained it. Something came out of the pyramid. 2 streamers, 2 figures. Stone 7, Stone 8. Before the metal light brain exploded, the last order was issued. The origin and divine power in the black puppet were all transferred into the 2 people, just like the threat to Jian Wushuang. After the 2 went out, the goal was to kill Jian Wushuang. Black puppets have the power of robbery. Shiqi and Shirba, who had high hopes from the metal light brain, had combat power comparable to the 9 tribulations realm. So, this time it wasn't a verbal threat, it was a real threat. After going out, it is very likely that they will be chased and killed by these 2. Wu Li and others don't know much, but Jian Wushuang thought of what he said before the metal light brain exploded, and he already had guesses. But now in Wanlu universe, and Dan Bao is about to go to the ladder of becoming a god. He didn't care about these things either. Instead, he was more concerned about the origin that Weiss wanted, a piece of purple origin. After handing it over to Weiss, Jian Wushuang also obtained the first half of the Zai Ji Gong as he wished. After looking at it for a long time, I found that I couldn't understand it, so I carefully put it away, and after I went out, I slowly cultivated. The immediate priority now is to go to the ladder of becoming a god. So I didn't talk to Weiss too much and left. Above, the Temple of Immortality. 3,000 golden armor guards standing in the quartet. 10 silver armor puppets lined up aside. Chapter 59, 61. Light of God, 3 life messengers standing behind Danbao. This force can already dominate the ancient moon spacetime. King Shenmu and the others were very excited. The good days had finally come. They had tried their hardest in front of them, and now they are unrestrained and natural. The great monk, the ladder of becoming is left now. Hurry up and take us there. The Lord of Hengmu was also very relaxed and was already waiting to become a messenger of life. The big monk blinked, twitched his nose, and walked towards Danbao, and said respectfully, "Little master, the ladder of becoming is in the source of the core of the universe. See, we are going now." Without the threat, naturally there is no need to wait. Let's go now. Danbao raised his head and moved his scepter. The immortal temple immediately shattered time and space and began to move. As for the broken silver pyramid, it has been taken away by Jian Wushuang. This is a good treasure, and naturally it will not be thrown away. There is also the cosmic boat of Baby D, but it was taken away by the quick-witted Shenmu king. The biggest trophy is Qi Jiuxiao. It was eventually suppressed by the Temple of Immortality. No more talk. Maybe when Danbao becomes the true goddess, he will recover again. This is the fear of all of them. The immortal temple is constantly moving under the guidance of the great monk. They soon reached the true core of the cosmic sea, the origin of the willow tree, a place where the source of life inspires. The ladder of becoming is inside. They can even be seen with the naked eye. The power above is close to God. Just watching will benefit them immensely. The Temple of Immortality stayed on the edge. Jian Wushuang looked at them with fiery eyes, but unfortunately, they were not qualified to set foot on this ladder of godhood. Otherwise, for the power of life, he can still go to the next level. For the source in the Guantian chessboard, he can also create the most powerful life. Last step, Dan Bao rose into the air. The Dharma body, which was unable to leave the immortal temple, can move at this moment. He slowly walked out of the temple and stepped into the ladder of becoming a god. The entire Wanlu Shenmu was trembling. Ancient Wood Continent, above the Wanlu divine realm. Countless strong men have gathered to station. An era has passed since the king of Shenmu brought people into the Wanlu Shenmu. The superpowers stationed in the outside world are not only the 9 heavens and 10 places, but also some of the universe masters of the 8 catastrophe realms in the 9 great time and space. The Lord of the Universe from the ancient Moon sect also sat here for hundreds of millions of years. They are all waiting for the Shenmu king and others to come out. After a period of silence, Wanlu divine realm suddenly shook the mountain, and a ray of divine light rose up. The super powerhouses stationed here stepped out of the cave, one after another, and looked at Wanlu Shenmu. Are you going out? Divine light. New era. Everyone held their breath, are waiting for something. The 3 ancient existences of the northern time and space are also watching the movement here. A new era will come when Danbao becomes the of life. That is the era that belongs to all practitioners. It is also the era when the robbery realm truly breaks through the self. Rebirth era. They don't know that in order to open up this era, many people have left their lives at the cost of blood, above the 9 dimensions, on the realm. After seeing the movement of Wanlu Shenmu, the Realm King was also shocked. Heart cannot help but sigh. His northern time and space is also about to embark on the road of resurrection. More powerful practitioners will be born in the future. Finally, it's time for business. The Realm King let out a sigh of relief. Being the master of one time and space is not that easy. Not much power, not little position. Without ability, strength is not enough. This is the Realm King. Speaking of the God of Life, he is also his subordinate, but it is not that simple to come up with a God of Life in the northern time and space. It's not something that can be done by simply pulling someone up on the street. It requires a step-by-step plan, pulling one hair and moving the whole body. On Jiewang's star, Jiewang is not alone. There is also an acquaintance of Jian Wushuang. Yushuo, seeing that the king's expression moved slightly, he quietly stepped forward and asked, "Old man, what's going on down there?" Jian Wushuang and others spent several epochs in Wanlu Shenmu. The outside world has passed an era. The original 10 people. Each achievement is not small. Among them, there is also the help of the king, such as Wu Zhuo. It was even accepted by the realm king as a direct disciple. It was also sent to the world god continent. Now, he is the lord of the universe of the seven tribulations realm. Originally, according to Wu Zhuo's character, he was going to return to Qi Temple for a long time, but he was kept pressed by the king. Now, Wu Zhuo also sees it clearly. Dear, this chapter is not over. There is another page, big smiley face. The realm king's plan is no trivial matter. The matter of Qishan Temple is not that simple. The threat of extinction is far less so. Fan Tianfeng and the others who had returned to Qi Temple all fell, which flame god, the top combat power of the eight tribulations realm, just went to a Dharma body, but it fell together with the deity. Because of this incident, there was a lot of noise in the ancient moon space-time, especially the ancient wood continent. The Shenmu king went to Wanlu Shenmu. The flame gods fell. Only the ancestor of Shurgua remained. And that old ancestor was also unlucky. It is the beginning of a new era. The powerhouses from all sides gathered in the ancient wood continent. Shurgua also lost its former color. Not long ago, it also died. On today's ancient wood continent, only the Lord Yunji of the daughter country and the re-established female emperor of the Yu kingdom were supporting the facade. As for which of the ancient moon divine sects Fengho experts, they have long since been transferred. In the current Gumu continent, Pope Guyu is personally in charge. Not to mention the seven tribulation realm, even the eight tribulation realm is very common. They are all waiting for the appearance of King Shenmu and others. This is also the news that the realm king deliberately released. Through the three ancient existences, all the robbery powerhouses were notified. The opening of a new era lies in the Wanlu Shenmu. The appearance of the Shenmu king is the opening day of the era, and that era is called the Era of Resurrection. Not only all the tribulation realms, but also the realm king himself is extremely excited. Here Wu's was question. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked incredulously, "Aren't you in a hurry to return to the Qi Temple?" "Don't worry, you will be able to go back soon." "Is this true?" Wu couldn't believe his ears. He thought he heard it wrong. Huichi Temple. The original 10. Only he and Fan Tianfeng have different feelings for Qi Temple, because he is a disciple of Qishan, although it is a named disciple, but it is also the only named disciple still alive. Now that he is practicing Mahayana, he has no reason not to go back. He wants to revive the former glory of Qi Temple. The powerhouses who led the Qishan Temple lineage created a huge territory in the northern time and space. The way of the god of Qi remain forever. It's true, but you have to wait for your partner. The realm king affirmed. Wu heard the word partner, his eyes flashed, and he turned to look at the king. Jian Wushuang, these years. He has been to all the 9 worlds. End of this chapter. Dear, this chapter is over. I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Chapter 59-62. Knowing that the 10 of them all descended after Guyu time and space. He has been wandering in the 9 heavens and 10 places of the ancient moon space-time. Also found a few people who came with him. It's just that those people have no feelings for him, nor are they very familiar. He couldn't find Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing, who were familiar. Not even Zhen Liang was found. Only Dongsheng, Wanyan, and the backbone Luo and Guangying were found. Tongtian Buddha is reluctant to see him and is still concentrating on completing his ultimate calamity. I don't want to break my mind. For these people, he also gave some help. If the weakest is the Lord of the 6 tribulations realm universe, after all, with the help of the realm king, although they encountered many disasters, they also received a lot of goods. In this way, The original 10 people, except Fan Tianfeng, were more unlucky. Can only say, too anxious. Fall early. The rest of the people are doing well. Compared with Jian Wushuang, each is not bad. Jian Wushuang, who was still struggling in Wanlu Shinmu, knew that the original 10 people, except for Fan Tianfeng, who was envied at the beginning, had fallen, and the rest of them were similar to him, or even better than him. The heart must be broken. It is true that he has suffered too much. Click. Wu Zhuo clenched his fist. Brother Wushuang, you will be surprised when we meet again. Before leaving Qi Temple, Jian Wushuang was the strongest. Then there is Fan Tianfeng. He is in the middle on the left. It's different now. Whether it is knowledge or realm, he is at the forefront. In addition to not seeing Jian Wushuang, it is Hui Qing. He also asked the Realm King, where is Hui Qing? It's a pity that the Realm King didn't tell him, and didn't let him look for it. When it's time to see, it's bound to be seen. The time has not come. Ancient moon time and space. Inside the ancient moon ruins in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I also felt the changes from Wanlu Nei. At the core of the ruins, under the shadow of the crescent moon spring, a man and a woman sat cross-legged. When I felt the divine breath from Wanlu, the closed eyes slowly opened to the Qingling woman who was sitting, and there was a trace of tears in her eyes. Is this life? She was a little unwilling. The of life appeared. Her plan also failed. With the god of life, the life of the northern time and space will have the imprint of life. Those lives that once fell are really fallen. She can no longer rescue the young figure in her heart from the long river of time. For that shadow, I don't know how much I paid. A flower on the other side amazed the original northern time and space. In the end, it ended up like this. Look at yourself emerging from the spring. Tears rolled down his cheeks. She is the goddess who opened up the ancient moon time and space. A celestial being who tries to create a second starry sky. Eventually fell. The rest of the source is here. I want to live a second life. But with the opening of Wanlu Shinmu, the last hope was lost. The man opposite the goddess is no one else. Shaved head, jade face, thick eyebrows, a pair of bright eyes, extremely tough. Hui Qing. Heaven returns to one. Today's Hui Qing is not like a Buddha, more like a pure cultivator. When he saw the haggard-faced goddess, he sighed in his heart, not knowing how to comfort him. Over the years, he has been helping the other party to regain his original heart. Now, Wan Liu's plan is broken. Everything turned into smoke. It's time to get out of here too. Master! The goddess stood up and bowed deeply to Hui Qing, but when she got up again, her face had changed to Jiangshang. If one day you can control the way of heaven, when you see him, help me hand this thing over to me. She held the spring water in both hands, and a flower on the other side was in full bloom. A flower withers, a flower blooms. Hui Qing was a little moved and wanted to reach out to pick it up, but couldn't bear it. After taking this flower, the goddess disappeared, leaving only Jiangshang, a Jiangshang who has lost the memory of his past life. But the other party's mind was very determined. There is no way to recover. He could only reach out and take the bright flower. I watched helplessly as the figure of the goddess disappeared into time and space. Wanlu Divine Realm has not yet opened. The ancient moon ruins began to crumble at this moment. That is true silence. A complete ruin instantly turned into fly ash. The crescent moon spring, the continuous mountains, and the countless secret realms of the cave have all turned into a fleeting sight. These things should have disappeared. It is only because of the obsession of the goddess that it lasts forever. At the moment when the goddess disappeared, they were all buried with them. Hui Qing looked at the other side flower in his hand, and then looked up into the distance. In the endless dust, Only he and this flower are spotless. I'll do it. Hui Qing put away the other shore flowers, and his body burst into light. One step at a time. All things in one breath. In just an instant, from the emperor to the lord of the universe. Over the years, his realm has long been reached. Because of the goddess, he suppressed it. Helping the other party to restore Taoism is also his practice. The goddess failed. He didn't lose. Road. Always there. At the moment of mastering the universe, the 7 colors of the sky will fall together. Over 7 calamities at a time. Even more than Jian Wushuang. Like Wu Zua, he also entered the 7 tribulations realm. The disappearance of the ancient moon ruins did not cause much movement. The monks in the formation thought it was strange, but the news about the 8 tribulations was very extensive. It has long been known that the ancient moon ruins are short-lived, not worth entering at all. The treasures that drifted out from the ancient moon ruins also dissipated one by one. Wanlu Shenmu on the immortal temple, Jian Wushuang, discovered that his 9 tribulations tower had dissipated. For some unknown reason, he thought it was because of Weiss. While Danbao was walking down the stairs of becoming a god, he separated a strand of his origin, entered his own universe, and looked for Wes. After entering the huge manor, he found a coast where Weiss often rested. Lord Weiss, why did the Tower of 9 Tribulations suddenly dissipate? It was a rare treasure, and he still felt a little distressed when it disappeared like this. After Weiss heard it, he said indifferently, "Thanks. If the Tower of 9 Tribulations does not disappear, you must disappear." "What do you mean?" Jian Wushuang couldn't understand. He found a place to sit down, looked at Wes with doubts, and hoped that the other party could explain. Now, he is not afraid of anything. Dan Bao is about to become a god. In the future, in the northern time and space, it will not be walking sideways. Who dares to let him disappear? Weiss seemed to see what he was thinking, and the corners of his mouth rose, but he couldn't help laughing. "Jian Wushuang, you have a lot of enemies. I'm afraid you've almost forgotten that goddess. Heavenly girl." Jian Wushuang's brain buzzed, and he understood in an instant. The 9 Tribulations Pagoda was left behind from the ancient moon ruins. The ancient moon ruins are where the goddess fell. The disappearance of the 9 Tribulations Pagoda is related to the ancient moon ruins. Thinking of this, he understood. His eyes moved, and he said in surprise, "Isn't it possible that goddess has regained her strength and seeks revenge from me?" Chapter 59, 63. Tian Nu and Jiang Shang are almost the same person. He has a blood feud with Jiang Shang. The other party will never forgive him. That is a 9 Tribulation realm powerful man. It is also the only superpower house who has truly reached the 9 Tribulations realm in the 9 worlds. It even reached the peak of the 9 Tribulations realm, trying to create the existence of the second starry sky. If this restores his strength and seeks revenge on him, then he will be finished. Not to mention Dan Bao. Even if the Realm King came, he would not be able to keep him. Forget it. Seeing his face turn pale with fright, Weiss smiled. "I won't tease you," which goddess just dissipated her last source and has completely disappeared. When Jian Wushuang heard the news, he instantly turned from sadness to joy. "So, Jiang Shang is gone? She's still here, and it's within the rules. She seeks revenge for you. I won't care." Weiss sat up and threw Beerus in his arms to the side, then said, "Gui Wetian, this is a cultivator who has violated the supreme rule, so it's better to dissipate it, lest I shoot her again. The goddess' attempt to create the second starry sky is to blaspheme the supreme rule, must die. If she can leave a trace of the origin, it is also Weiss pity her. Then you can run away and make trouble." Although he knew that the other party had plans, Keves knew that it was impossible to succeed, because he has already seen through the future. So I found Jian Wushuang. First, when he came from the starry sky, he still had the task of finding a direct disciple. The original candidate was Jian Wushuang. Later, because of some things and some people, I changed my mind. Changed to the first life in Jian Wushuang universe. Jian Wushuang also heard the key point and said in surprise, "Could it be that you killed the goddess at the beginning?" "That's right." Weiss turned his head slowly, raised his head slightly, and a murderous aura leaked out. That breath is enough to shock all the practitioners today. Just a breath of air. It made Jian Wushuang unable to breathe. What the goddess did back then was too much, so she had to die. "This is my duty." Jian Wushuang took a half step back. Then he thought of the starry sky in his original universe. "You think too much." Weiss dispelled his concerns and explained, "Your source starry sky was cultivated by you, not imitated. So it's fine, but you have to practice hard. Don't let me down on you expect." The source that he cultivated, the starry sky, appeared. Even Weiss saw it for the first time. As for the power of the stars, this power is nothing special. The most optimistic about Jian Wushuang is the original universe and Jian Wushuang's starry sky catalog, able to cultivate the origin universe of the starry sky. The most important thing is because of the star catalog, the eruption of eternal change, although it is also amazing. However, there are still many strong people who can create this kind of special skills. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang is the only one in the starry sky origin universe. At least, that's what Weiss saw. As for whether there is such a concealment, it is impossible to know. The reason is the only two. It is because the starry sky where they are located has long been created. Naturally, there is a person who can create the starry sky. In Weiss, Jian Wushuang stayed for a long time. Surprisingly, Weiss said a lot. Jian Wushuang also listened carefully. Most of it is still about the practice of the source. It also gave him a lot of ideas for the next fusion of the origin of the pieces. That is his future evolution of his own tribulation simulation. Naturally dare, not neglect. It's like one more chance. Danbao continues to grow on the ladder of becoming a god. Jian Wushuang is also practicing in the Temple of Immortality. To comprehend the ladder of becoming a god, you only need a clone. There are also clones perfecting the super eternity change, and even preparing for the seventh tribulation. The deity appeared on the Tiantian chessboard, in front of the chess pieces of the three major gods. He can already feel the mystery. Reincarnation has been created. Time is not far away. Time and space reincarnation is his ultimate goal. He didn't go very far in time. The space is already complete. It's still a lot worse. Jian Wushuang shook his head, denying the idea just now. Once again, I fell into contemplation and continued to calculate. There are only two chances. Once it was simulated with chess pieces. The second time it was about using his life. Time and space reincarnation. It seems a little far away, but he is the master of the universe of the six tribulations realm. Once the road to resurrection is opened up, at that time, we will head towards the nine tribulations realm. Almost to the nine tribulations realm, you can cultivate time to consummation, and even the eight tribulations realm can do it. It's just that the eight tribulations realm is still a little short of trying to create time and space. The goddess who had cultivated time and space to consummation wanted to go to the complex starry sky, but failed in the end. Space-time contains time and space. There is so much in the sky, still taking too many steps, too risky. With the lessons learned, Jian Wushuang is reluctant to take risks. Just want to be steady. The realm of reincarnation, which is not rigid, can be condensed, which is normal. But time and space, he still needs time. At present, only the original chess pieces needed by the space can be extracted and then cultivated. Time goes by. On the one hand, he realized the ladder of becoming a god, which made his life force jump. Although he can't become the of life, he has the innate power of life and can continue to improve, even if he can't reach the level of Danbao, but he is not a major in life, just assisting is enough. So there is no need to pursue the ultimate, just enough. On the side of the peak secret method, the ancient change has reached the peak level. The distance is complete, but a little less. He is not in a hurry. Anyway, after going out, there is no threat, and there is no battle. As for the backhand left by the metal light brain, he didn't care too much. The world is so big, it's impossible to find him right away. As long as you are always prepared, there is nothing to be afraid of. He now has a lot of trump cards. Don't look at this trip to Wanlu Shinmu. He didn't do much. But no one dares to underestimate the strength. At the beginning, he was angry and directly confronted Qi Jiuxiao, the Lord of the Universe at the peak of the Six Tribulations realm. 1.5 million basic divine power. Putting on the robbery armor, it can explode to 2 million. With the super eternal transformation, his divine power can reach 5 million. There is also the Blessing of the Universe dojo. Divine power at least more than 6 million. It is already the top level of the 8 Tribulations realm. This is not even counting his star catalog. That is the strongest combat power. The Sword of Reincarnation can threaten the peak of the 8 Tribulations. Just 2 metal puppets. What's there to be afraid of? Jian Wushuang disagreed and continued his practice. The other avatar is paying attention to the ladder of becoming aware Danbao is located. Witness the birth of a god. This is the real god. Danbao, bathed in the power of life, holds a scepter and climbs the peak bravely. Unhindered, all the way. The so-called catastrophe may be the battles that came before this ladder of godhood. End of this chapter. Chapter 5964. After stepping on the ladder of becoming a god, Danbao is the of life. There are no surprises. All the way to the top. It only took a few years to cultivate the power of life to consummation. The halo of God also descended at this moment. Wanlu Divine Region, another change broke out. The sky above the realm of the gods. A projection descended with relief on his face. The person who came was the Realm King. The of life finally appeared under his command. Practitioners within the direct jurisdiction will also grow again. To have life is to have hope. Congratulations, Lord Realm King. The moment the Realm King appeared, the 3 ancient beings who were hidden in the void also walked out. When the Realm King saw these 3 people, he was extremely polite. You too, with the appearance of the God of Life, the 9 Tribulations realm, for you, is at your fingertips. It's still up to Lord Realm King. The appearance of the of Life. These 3 are the ones who benefit the most. They have already touched the 9 Tribulations realm, but they still have to suppress their own realm. Don't dare to go to the robbery, because the life level of the northern time and space is low once the tribulation is successful. Even if it becomes the realm of 9 tribulations, it will not survive for a day. Even a quarter of an hour is difficult. That, goddess from the beginning, was a lesson. They had no choice but to elevate the divine body to the 9 tribulations realm first, and the source universe had been suppressed, waiting for the appearance of the of life. This is still the cultivator Tianjiao, who couldn't bear to be directly under the jurisdiction of the real king. They all jumped into the fire pit one after another and secretly taught their secret methods to these 3 people. Of course, that's not a big mistake either. Even if Weiss saw it, he opened one eye and closed the other. Nothing was pursued. Got pointers. Speaking of which, these 3 ancient existences are still disciples of the Realm King. They also took the initiative to go to apprenticeships, but they were all rejected by the king. After all, he is a Realm King, the supreme in charge of the northern time and space. If you can worship the realm king as your teacher, wouldn't you just walk sideways? Too bad. They don't have that fortune. It's really lively. Behind the realm king, another person suddenly appeared, wearing a yellow robe and a high crown, a character face, yellow skin, and thick eyebrows. It was Wuzwa who came with the real king. The three ancient existences were still sighing just now, and they were all startled when they saw Wuzwa appear, and their brows jumped, and they wanted to get angry. He was so rude in front of the realm king. What a system this is. Before the three of them got angry, the realm king reached out and pressed his hand and said indifferently, "Introduction, this is my disciple, Wuzwa." Ah! The three ancient existences couldn't believe their ears and said in surprise, "You old man, when did you accept the masters?" "It just happened not long ago. You guys are here to get acquainted. I have to enter the Wanlu Shinmu." The realm king waved his hand and stepped into the Wanlu Shinmu. Only Wuzwa and the three ancient existences were left. I don't know, the name of a Taoist friend? The three top powerhouses who walked sideways in the 9 worlds not only showed envy at Wuzwa, but also meant to curry favor. After all, he is a disciple of the realm king. Must be pulled together. Inside Wanlu Shinmu, more lively than the outside world. Everyone stood on the edge of the immortal temple, watching Dan Bao, also talking in private. This life is worth it. An expert in the 7 tribulations realm couldn't help sighing. Many surviving experts from the 7 tribulations realm held their heads high. Along the way, I saw a lot of super strong, almost numb. It was at this moment that when he saw that Dan Bao became the god of life, he revealed a shocked expression. The Lord of Hungmu, who did not forget to pat the horse, pretended to be mysterious. Actually, I knew early on that Dan Bao could become the of life. I doubted my eyes, but I never doubted Dan Bao's ability. When he said this, everyone laughed. Blue looked at Dan Bao, and there was only gratification in his eyes. "Elder, seeing what I have seen, you can rest in peace." The appearance of Dan Bao bathed in life. Jian Wushuang just took a few glances before putting away his thoughts. Although Dan Bao has become the of life, he still has a stone in his heart, and he keeps looking at which great monk with the naked eye, the Taoist protector known as Dan Bao. The other party has always kept secrets. At the moment when Dan Bao became a god, the greed in the eyes of the great monk had reached its peak. Greed for the of life? Jian Wushuang immediately thought of a terrifying existence. Destroy life. It's not that he is sensitive, he is really pervasive. Even time and space can travel to calculate him. If he became the of life, he would immediately think about whether he was calculated by the destruction of life. No way. The other party caused a great shadow in his heart. If he does not destroy life, he will not be able to sleep peacefully. That is, now he has become the master of the universe. Just got some confidence. Now that there are so many strong people, he is even more confident. So I dare to face the big monk. I want to see if the other party is dead. Dan Bao was crowned a god. The virtual shadow of the realm king has come again. At the end of the ladder of becoming gods, the realm king came, holding a heavy book in his hand. Dan Bao. The real king had a halo on his head, looking at Dan Bao, said kindly, "From this moment on, you are the of life in the northern time and space, and you are in charge of all life, including plants and trees." The books in his hand were automatically flipped through. After staying on a certain page, Dan Bao's name appeared on the top. God of life, Dan Bao. Above him, there is a god. God of death, name unknown. Life and death. Just like the chicken and the egg. Everyone is asking which comes first. Now, the answer appears. First there is death, then there is new life. If only life did not die. Well, This place is absolutely hell. Only the undead are immortal, because they will be punished forever. A world without death is more terrifying than a world of life. So there must be death before life. Dan Bao was crowned successfully. The 9 long rivers of time and space in the northern time and space shook together with dozens of direct currents in the middle reaches. They reached the end of the long river of time and space. Dan Bao changed his body, wearing a green robe, and his skin was green. The temperament of the whole person has undergone earth-shaking changes again. From once ignorant to perseverance. Become wiser now. There is a color in his eyes. Little God, see Lord Realm King. Dan Bao bowed slightly and bowed to Realm King. The Realm King smiled happily. No gifts, no gifts. We will be our own in the future. This is your ring, and bid farewell to your friends. There are more important things waiting for you. Yeah. Dan Bao also understood. The seed of God is no child's play. The moment Dan Bao put on the ring, the ladder of becoming began to crumble. The origin of Wanlu has also washed away the erosion of metal life. Chapter 5965. Back to the top. Swish. In a flash, Dan Bao arrived at the Temple of Immortality. When looking at the crowd, his eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth were drawn. A few people who are close to each other gather in a group and congratulate together. The story of the trip to Wanlu was not easy. He also asked about Dan Bao's changes after he became a god. Jian Wushuang was most curious, so he asked, Dan Bao, how is your current combat power? Do you have the power of the 9 tribulations realm? He has always been curious about the power of God. Weiss' method shocked him. On the other hand, the Realm King was a little modest and said that he was like a waste. He looks at Dan Bao's breath now, but it is extremely unusual. There is a strong coercion. No matter what, you must have the combat power of the 9 tribulations realm. Unexpectedly, Dan Bao shook his head. The benefactor has lifted me up. I am only the of life, and the realm in charge of life, and life has reached perfection. As for the combat power, I am afraid it is not as good as you. Why are you still going backwards? Shimu Wang was a little surprised. When Dan Bao mastered the Immortal Temple, his personal combat power was no longer weak in the 8 tribulations realm. Why is it not as good as them now? There is also Wu Li from the 6 tribulations realm. Dan Bao then explained in a slow manner. The term of combat power is originally spoken by practitioners and has nothing to do with God, whether I am or the Realm King. In fact, I have no combat power, only duties. This time everyone understood it completely. It also dispelled previous speculation. Only Jian Wushuang still doesn't believe it is that simple. I'm afraid it's still not the king of the realm. Weiss' combat power is very powerful. The goddess can be killed by him. That is the 9 tribulations realm. And it is a copy of the 9 tribulations realm of the starry sky. It is no exaggeration to be the number 1 powerhouse in the northern time and space. Weiss said it was wiped out. There is still a gap between God and God. For example, the Realm King and Dan Bao. One is the manager of North time and space. One is the god of life in northern time and space. The difference is immediately apparent. Curious after chatting, the king of Shenmu and the lord of Hengmu began to talk about their credits intentionally or unintentionally. For example, against Qi Jiuxiao. Protect Dan Bao. A life and death battle. It even emphasized the original treasure several times. Even a fool can hear it. This is to make Dan Bao fulfill his promise. And the Realm King, they have to fulfill the benefits they set themselves. There are many benefits in the beginning. Can't grow knowledge, don't grow fat. How could Dan Bao not understand that he was so smart and immediately sent a voice transmission to the Realm King. Whoa! The Realm King projection came in person and patted his head. Look at my memory. I almost forgot about this. When the King of Shinmu and the Lord of Hengmu saw that the Realm King came directly, they quickly waved their hands. Don't worry about such a small matter. Aren't you in a hurry? The king narrowed his eyes, staring at the crowd. Everyone watching was stunned, but they were not polite, and they all held their faces, waiting for the king to fulfill his promise. Okay, what is yours after all. He took out countless treasures and distributed them to everyone in turn. Most of them are treasures needed by the seven tribulations realm. They are all treasures in the time of calamity, hard to find outside. Each piece is enough to cause a shock. The most valuable ones are those treasures that are needed by the eight tribulations realm. The Lord of Hengmu and the King of Shinmu both have hot eyes. After accepting the treasure, his complexion changed significantly. After knowing that combat power has nothing to do with divine position. They don't have much fantasies about the position of God. Still, the pursuit of combat power comes refreshingly. Jian Wushuang was originally not interested in that kind of thing, but there were not too many treasures, accepted the treasure that the king took out. Among them are not only the treasures of his seventh calamity, but also some treasures of the origin of divine power. Mixed up a lot. These treasures are nothing to the Realm King, but to them, it was heaven. After the Realm King is divided, Danbao also stood up, rubbed the ring, and said, I still keep the position that I promised you at the beginning. I can peel off the 3 messengers of life in the immortal temple and give them to you. This Shinmu King and Hengmu Lord hesitated. The big monk has always been on the edge, not paying attention to those treasures. I saw that Danbao wanted to seal the position of messenger, but his brows twitched, and the breath in his eyes couldn't help tilting out. Because the Realm King was here, Jian Wushuang put down his guard. The Shinmu King coughed dryly and took the lead in expressing his position. Lord Danbao, what is the benefit of the position of the messenger of life? In their opinion, these messengers of life are no different from puppets. Those who are used to freedom don't seem to have any constraints. At the beginning, for the position of the messenger, he also valued the status and the improvement of combat power. Get along now. It doesn't really matter if you don't feel like being the messenger of life. It is better to attack the 9 tribulations realm. So I was a little hesitant and wanted to see the price. The messenger of life can use a source of life, and it is actually very helpful to you. Don't be under pressure. After becoming the messenger of life, there is no restraint. Danbao is grateful to those who have helped him. So the boundaries are also relaxed. Anyway, he is of life and will definitely study the secret method of lifeline in the future. No need to fight. Most of the time, it is still closed. Therefore, there is no requirement for the opponent. When the King of Shinmu and the Lord of Hengmu heard this, they immediately agreed. With the source of life, it is almost the same as Jian Wushuang. You can keep recovering your vitality. When fighting, it is almost immortal. This is a huge benefit. The two did not hesitate. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Danbao crowned the two, become the messenger of life, but also obtained a set of life armor of the 9 tribulations level for nothing. Can increase your own divine power, similar to Jian Wushuang's robbery armor. However, the power is a little worse. His robbery armor, when his basic divine power is 5 million, can increase the divine power by 500,000. That is 1/3. The armor of life obtained by the King of Shinmu and the Lord of Hengmu, the increase in divine power is only about 1/5. For example, the original basic power of 10 million with the armor of life can increase to 12 million. Even so, they were satisfied. The trip to Wanlu Shinmu. No loss. Blood earned. All are happy. One all. That is, when they are happy, they ignore a person. Originally a very high-profile monk. After the coronation, Danbao thought of the great monk and turned to look for him. After seeing the great monk, he was about to speak, but was stopped by the king. "Guardian!" The realm king was surprised and said in surprise, "The protector I identified." He thought it was the great monk who voluntarily became Danbao's Taoist protector. Now that he heard that it was the guardian he had appointed, he was surprised. End of this chapter. Chapter 59-66. There is no such link in his plan. Everyone was dumbfounded. Jian Wushuang was the first to react, and rushed directly in front of Danbao. His breath burst out instantly, pointed out, and shouted angrily, "Old monk, I have already seen that you have a problem, and you haven't shown up yet." The sword energy at the fingertips contains the sword of reincarnation. Even if the great monk is at the peak of the 8 tribulations realm, he would not dare to be careless. He stepped back quickly, his eyes full of surprise. "Jian Wushuang, what are you doing?" The rest of the people didn't understand why Jian Wushuang suddenly shot. "Miesheng, you can hide from others, but you can't hide from me." Jian Wushuang drew his sword directly. The power of death that seems to exist. He knows best. It's just that he didn't understand why the realm king didn't find the other party. A realm king with so many gods. The one who should know best about life and death. But the real king at this time was also shocked. The great monk confronts Jian Wushuang. People believe in Jian Wushuang even more, because the big monk is from Wanli universe. It came out of the middle, although Jian Wushuang also ran to the ancient moon time and space halfway. He was at least Wu Li's nephew in terms of seniority. It's just that Wu Li can't tell the difference now. One is his mysterious father, and the other is a fake nephew. Lord Realm King, if you don't believe it, you can try it. He has the power of death in his body, and he is probably from the future, not a contemporary strong man. Jian Wushuang explained while confronting Miesheng. After the Realm King heard the word annihilation, his expression obviously changed, and he seemed to think of something. Destroy life. He suddenly thought of the leaf boat in the starry sky, and said in surprise, "God of death in the starry sky, so you haven't left." The great monk knew that he couldn't bear it anymore, and he had already been revealed by the king of the realm, which was more convincing than Jian Wushuang. Then he sneered and stopped pretending. "It was discovered by you guys. I'm really surprised. How can a cosmos master of the 6 tribulations realm recognize this seat?" As soon as the voice fell, the big monk tore his skin. There must have been rounded sharp corners, followed by a plume of black smoke. Miesheng's familiar appearance appeared. He didn't take the Realm King in his eyes at all, stared at Jian Wushuang, and said, "Mortal, answer me." "You don't know me?" Jian Wushuang exclaimed in surprise, and then thought that the high probability of this annihilation is not in the same time and space as the annihilation of the original universe. "Should this seat know you?" Miesheng felt a little amused. He was questioned by a master of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm. He is the of death in the starry sky. The high status is much higher than that of a realm king who is attached to the time and space. Starry sky, that is the land of the gods. It is also a gathering place for the peak powerhouses. It is also the end of the world. All things return to one in the starry sky, as the of death in the starry sky. Destruction is naturally arrogant. He didn't even care about the king of the realm. What's more, the realm king of the northern time and space has long since fallen. Fighting power is like air. No one can stop him. The of life was born. It was also when he forged his reincarnation. As in the starry sky, he has existed for endless years. Not only created countless death secrets, He has long talked about his combat power, which has risen to an unimaginable level. It's just that the northern time and space can't carry him. Even so, the moment his breath leaked out, his divine power instantly peaked. It has reached the strongest point in the 9-time and space. The temple of immortality is shaking. The power of this breath surpasses everyone else. Jian Wushuang was also extremely surprised. The divine power to destroy life has reached an astronomical figure. Make them desperate. Jian Wushuang was about to collapse. Originally thought that death was the same, but now it seems that he underestimated it. The huge divine power is beyond their cognition. It is definitely the 9 tribulations realm, and even surpasses the 9 tribulations realm. There is no way to resist. Miesheng raised his hand slightly and said that Wanlu Shenmu was torn apart. A sky leaked out. The scene in the sky is the Wanlu divine realm. Countless powerhouses in the outside world also discovered death. They don't know what happened yet. Seeing that the Wanlu Shenmu was destroyed, the realm king couldn't sit still. I don't care what you ask. This is the northern time and space. Even if you come from the starry sky, you must understand that with the constraints of the supreme rules, you are not afraid of death and destruction. Ha ha! Miesheng raised his head and laughed, raised his hand, and shattered the immortal temple. Are you threatening me? The shattered temple of immortality began to gather and recover again. Dan Bao stared at Miesheng with despair in his eyes. Are you here for me? He has now become the of life, and can see the power of death in Miesheng. Has a terrifying magic power that will devour him. No, I'm here for life. Not only you, but also the gods of life in the other 3 dimensions will be swallowed up by me, creating a great reincarnation. You should be proud to be one with me. The words of death are still as arrogant as ever, just like the annihilation of the primordial universe. Jian Wushuang swallowed his saliva and kept calling for help in his heart. The current annihilation comes from the future or from the past. Anyway, it's different from the annihilation of the primordial universe. At the beginning, Weiss said that if Dishing really wants to travel through time and space, he will personally remove Dishing. Apart from Weiss, Jian Wushuang couldn't think of anyone who could help them. The terrifying divine power of annihilation is too powerful. No one can stop it. When he was anxious, a voice sounded in his mind. Don't worry, listen to his plan. Weiss' voice transmission made Jian Wushuang calm down a little. It was only then that he realized that the Real King had already started winking at him, and the meaning could not be more obvious, that is, to ask him to ask Weiss for help. It's just that the real king didn't know that Weiss had promised Jian Wushuang that he would take action against the powerhouses who traveled through the future. Only Jian Wushuang knows about the matter of destroying life and traveling to the future. Not even the realm king knows. If he hadn't told Weiss didn't even know that the of death in the starry sky actually traveled through time and space, trying to devour the voices of life in the 4 major time and space. Weiss in the source starry sky also stood up at this time. The first time, contact the strong in the starry sky. In the distant and mysterious starry sky, the sky is full of gods. Destruction is in it. I don't know anything about the outside world. Those who attempt to devour life are all traveling through the future in different time periods. The deity has always been in the starry sky. Or rather, it was now. The real annihilation is in the future. It's really troublesome. Weiss rubbed his temples. He was about to faint, but since he touched it, it must be erased. Time travel is not allowed. Once discovered, it will be erased along with the deity. This is the iron law. Dishing would not have thought that he would be so unlucky, shuttled to the past, want to devour those gods of life, but met Weiss. Sorry for the late update. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, 67. Mieshing, who was kept in the dark, disapproved at this time, staring at Dan Bao. A smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. Boy, you should be lucky. Saying that, he stretched out his paws to Dan Bao. Want to swallow Dan Bao's life in one fell swoop. Let's do it, Jian Wushuang reminded. Now killing them is like watching ants, and they will say so much nonsense. Just like when he went to the blood sacrifice to the common people, where would he tell the other party what he wanted to do? Saying it is a waste of time. Ding! A crisp voice sounded in time and space. Time and space freeze instantly. But people don't. People can still move. Death is the same. It's just that space and time are frozen. Then everyone saw a figure that appeared above the sky. Holding a scepter, with a head full of white hair and a crown, it is Wes. Everyone is not unfamiliar. I've seen Weiss before. Just don't know the identity of the other party. Did not expect to appear again this time. This is the life-saving straw for Jian Wushuang and Jie Wang. You're finished. The Realm King came out immediately, pointed at Mieshing, and cursed, a mere little god. He didn't kneel down when he saw Lord Xingling. Jian Wushuang was a little speechless when he saw this wave of dogs fighting against people. How is it a Realm King? No face at all. No wonder he fell early. And now there are incarnations left, but it does not prevent the Realm King from managing the northern time and space. Dead is the same as not dead. Protas. Before Miesheng found Wes, he was startled by the king's words, and then turned to look at the sky. He was completely stunned. No matter where the is, there is a hierarchy. For example, the highest divine position in the northern time and space is the Realm King. Then there is the of reincarnation. Life and death. It just hasn't appeared yet. Death is the of death in the starry sky. And above, it is the of reincarnation. But which of reincarnation has fallen? That's why he dared to plan the position of samsara. Not only is he planning, but the of life in the starry sky is also planning, just not as brave as him. Dare to pay attention to the 4 dimensions of time and space. The of life who tried to devour the 4 major time and space merged his own death and became the of reincarnation. Go one step further. The god of reincarnation is powerful, but there is a more powerful existence than the god of reincarnation, such as time and space reincarnation, above the time and space cycle. And as for star spirit, that is a noble being above God. It is the star spirit beside the creator of the starry sky. With just one glance, the eyes of the deaf almost burst. Weiss, Lord Weiss, why are you here? Ho-hoo. Weiss covered his mouth and chuckled. Of course it's to erase you. Destruction kept retreating, and his face revealed true despair, even more desperate than his own power of death. He never counted that he would meet a star spirit. That is an existence that is more powerful than the divine position, not to mention resistance. He didn't even have the courage to stand in front of the opponent. Sir, Mieshing knelt down directly. The whole person was decadent, and without a little bit of high spirits, he knelt on the ground and begged devoutly, Lord Weiss, please kill me. Everyone watching this scene was stunned. I originally thought that destiny should struggle, but like a dead dog, he knelt down and begged Wes to kill himself. Those present, or those outsiders who do not know what to do, are puzzled. Only one person from the future knows the reason. Although Jian Wushuang knew about Weiss' strength, he didn't expect that Miesheng would take the initiative to ask for death, so he sent a voice transmission to Wes, asking him to be careful. If these words are known to the Realm King, I am afraid they will laugh out loud. It was really Jian Wushuang who was afraid of death from the bottom of his heart and thought that the other party was taking the initiative to show weakness, and there was a backhand. After hearing the sound transmission, Weiss turned to look at Jian Wushuang and said, How about I give you this opportunity? No, no need. Jian Wushuang shook his head frantically. Then don't regret it. After Weiss finished speaking, the scepter moved, directly erasing all the space and time where the annihilation was. At the moment of extinction and disappearance, the of death in the starry sky also began to shatter. There are also the annihilation of different time spaces in the other three major time spaces, and they are also shattering. Only the annihilation of the primordial universe remains. The Realm King was the first to discover it, so he couldn't help looking at Jian Wushuang and sighed. Jian Wushuang, you just missed the best chance. What chance? Jian Wushuang was still immersed in the moment when Weiss shot, and some couldn't understand the king's words. Next, the king said something about the structure of the deity. Jian Wushuang suddenly realized. Just now, Weiss asked him to take a shot, and he could also kill the death, and it will kill the primordial universe together with cause and effect. There is no need for him to take the Canon Fodder Chi Temple with the people all the way. So it is. Jian Wushuang was not lost. In his consciousness, he had long regarded Miexing as an opponent. It is also good to keep the annihilation in the primordial universe. It's a chance for him. Kill the opponent's last clone with your own hands. Lord Realm King, what is the strength of the annihilation in the original universe? Is it as strong as the annihilation just now? Jian Wushuang was still a little worried. If only as strong as before. Then he can't go back right away. Just keep practicing. When the Realm King heard his words, he laughed. No, if anyone is so powerful, I'm afraid you would have fallen long ago, which one is only one of many clones, and his strength is just average. General, Jian Wushuang did not dare to be careless, and asked, how much is the general? In the distance, Weiss floated slowly, Ukanshu. The king of Calm hurriedly stopped and said, the secret must not be revealed. Jian Wushuang frowned and looked at Wes. I'm afraid they did it on purpose. He is not asking. As long as he is not as strong as before, it is almost enough for him to go further and become the seven tribulations realm. Even with people now, it is not impossible to go back. For some things, you don't have to wait for everything to be ready. Still have to put some pressure on yourself. Otherwise, it would be boring to overwhelm the opponent. It is precisely because of this that his opponents will continue to grow under his eyes every time, and even surpass him. If you were ruthless, how could there be so many things now? The last Dharma body is left after death. The goddess also has a Dharma body left. Inside, the temple of destruction of the primitive universe. Dishing also seemed to feel a strong unease. Then the unease disappeared. He looked through the Qixin temple with his eyes, but couldn't find the reason. The original time and space now, the power of Qi Temple, has shrunk into a ball. 1,000,000 epochs have passed. The original time and space now, refurbished long ago. Catastrophe can be seen everywhere. Those acquaintances that Jian Wushuang once had also become the masters of the universe one by one. Compared to the ancient moon space-time, the original space-time is still a little immature. Looting is rare. It is still mostly the Lord of the Universe. Chapter 5968. It's just that most of the Lords of the Universe are the powerhouses of the Temple of Destruction. The territory occupied by Qixin Temple is only 10% of the original time and space, and only 20% of the strong ones. If it weren't for the fact that the true spirit controls several space-time treasures, that is, the treasures of the universe in the 9 tribulations realm, they would have been breached by the Temple of Destruction. Miexing is staring at Qixin Temple. The true spirit in the Qi Temple is staring at the distant river of time and space. Jian Wushuang, hurry up! Zhenling prayed in his heart because he could no longer stop it. A storm is still gathering. Next time, the broken ship of Chishan Temple might sink. Standing on the peak of the Tomb God Mountain, Zhenling has a sad look in his eyes. At this moment, there were footsteps behind him, and after a short pause, the voice sounded, "Master Zhenling, Wanqing has fallen." A piece of bad news came. Zhenling closed his eyes slightly. The best Jian Wushuang and others left. Wan Xing and others have become the most promising successors in the Qi Temple. Zhenling's vision is not bad. Later, Wan Xing became the robbery realm, and it only took 100,000 epochs to become the master of the 5 robbery realm universe. Later, it reached the peak of the 5 tribulations realm, become a powerful force in the Qi Temple. Now it has fallen. Standing on the Tomb God Mountain, he didn't know how much bad news he heard. I see. Zhenling paused for a moment. He didn't have time to be sad now. He could only bury the fallen inheritors on the mountain of the Tomb God. If he won that day, he would go to worship. If it fails, let's live together forever. Ancient moon time and space. Above the Wanlu divine realm, the Temple of Immortality has left the universe inside the Shenmu, and Wanlu Shenmu was also taken away by Weiss, leaving a land irrigated with life. The Shenmu king immediately announced that this place is the sect of the ancient wood sect, ready to recreate the ancient wood pie. The former strongman of the ancient wood sect, the mutiny of the mutiny, the death of the dead. There are few left now. King Shenmu felt that the foundation was still there, at least in the treasure house of the sect. There are countless mortal treasures that can be cultivated. He doesn't know those treasures yet, and he has long since been sent away by his hand-picked headmaster, which headmaster is also in the Wanlu universe and will be destroyed along with Baby D. Speaking of Bobby, Jian Wushuang also thought of Qi Jiuxiao. It has been suppressed by Dan Bao in the Temple of Immortality. When he regained his consciousness, he was a giant clan powerhouse with 9 robbery realm combat power. The giant gods are known as the first group in the starry sky, and there are even true gods in the clan. The heritage is very deep. I don't know what will happen after regaining consciousness, but that's all for later. The many powerhouses who entered the Immortal Temple together have now bid farewell to Dan Bao and left the Immortal Temple one by one, returned to the ancient moon time and space like glory. Meet the envious look from outside. They will be the first beneficiaries when Dan Bao creates the peak's secret method of resurrection. And before he left, he was given countless powers of life. Even if Dan Bao needs hundreds of millions of epochs, they can survive it. Many people left one after another. Jian Wushuang and Wu Li were not in a hurry. Gubei Weiss is also leaving. Lord Weiss, are you just leaving? Jian Wushuang couldn't accept it. There was a great master living in his body, and he had the confidence to leave suddenly. It is inevitable that some are unacceptable. Weiss smiled indifferently, holding the cat in the bag. There is still a chance to meet in the future. The 3 things I have to do here have been completed. There is no need to wait for you to reach the starry sky or the continent of the gods. We should see you again. World God Continent. He was a little curious, just heard the name. He knew about the starry sky, but he didn't know what this World God Continent was for. Back then, the Realm King also promised them that he would send them to the Realm God Continent to cultivate. It's just not necessary now. They all went back to retreat with their treasures and waited for their resurrection. After the resurrection, rekindle the cultivation path, and then talk about the adventure. It's all too early now, but it was not too early for Jian Wushuang. So I am also very curious about what kind of existence the World God Continent is. The continent of the gods does not belong to your northern time and space, but it is a universe that connects the 4 major dimensions of time and space. It was created by an almighty person. If you have a chance, you must go. Maybe you can meet me. Weiss replied calmly. Jian Wushuang nodded. Yes. He only got the top half of Zizai Ji Gong. Although he can't practice it yet, when he can practice it in the future, he still has to look for the bottom half. At that time, we have to take the initiative to find Weiss. After the final farewell, Kai Wang and Jian Wushuang bid farewell to Weiss together. When the scepter moved, a tunnel of colorful streamers appeared. Weiss looked back and smiled and disappeared in front of everyone. Then the space returned to calm. Xingling! Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, turned to look at the king, and said, Is Xingling also in the starry sky? The realm king said silently, Yes, and it is the most powerful god. There are 12 star spirits in the starry sky, and their status is very high. If you can have contact with Lord Weiss, you can work hard in the future. I am optimistic. You. 12 star spirits. It is the 12 top powerhouses in the starry sky. From the era of opening up the starry sky to the present, no one can shake it. It can be said to be invincible. I don't know how much stronger than the death. This made Jian Wushuang think of Teacher Xian. If you can give him a treasure like the Guantian chessboard, I am afraid it will not be weak. At least it is the existence of the king of the world. Even with Hai, it was just that when Wes was asked about Teacher Xuani, the other party didn't know. It might be Teacher Xuani, who didn't tell him his real name. On the other side, Weiss passes through the colorful tunnel, directly entered the starry sky that ordinary people cannot constantly surpass. In the huge domed starry sky, there is a temple. After Weiss entered the starry sky, he teleported to this place. After throwing Beerus into his own hall, he went to the depths of the temple. After entering the temple, he stopped instantly, but walked into a side hall in the temple. There is also this person inside, who looks very similar to Weiss, and the other party also has a scepter in his hand. Facing this person, Weiss bowed respectfully. Grand Priest, I want to see Lord God King. Wait. The person in the temple who looks similar to Weiss is called the Great Priest and is the housekeeper in the temple. Even though he is a housekeeper, his power ranks in the top 3. He turned around and opened the door of the side hall, only to go in for a moment and then return again. Reached out for Weiss to enter the door. When Weiss passed the Grand Priest, he bowed slightly to express his gratitude, then entered the temple. Lord God King, the matter of the northern time and space. Weiss told everything he had seen, and finally added, I followed your wishes and chose Beerus, and Jian Wushuang is still in the northern time and space. N. A figure behind the bill in the hall, with his back turned to Wes, just gave a soft grace. It's nothing, you go down first. Chapter 59-69. He is the king of gods, the creator of the starry sky, the most powerful man of all ages, creator God, the pioneer of the supreme rule, the ancestor of all practitioners. Status, strength, and ability are the first person. This is the big guy. Just hearing the other party's voice, Weiss felt infinite pressure. Although he didn't even see his face, he bowed and stepped back, walked out of the hall, and let out a sigh of relief. After walking out of the hall, the great priest was no longer there. Because only Weiss came to visit the God King alone, this can all be calculated. After Weiss left, there was no need for anyone to stay here. Beerus, it's also a good choice, Weiss said to himself with a smile, and left the hall calmly. Ancient moon time and space. With the departure of Weiss, the Real King is also ready to leave with Danbao. Danbao invited him to go to the World God continent together. I have no choice but to have more important things, so I politely declined, turning to look at the rest of the people. Only Bruce and Wu Li remained. Needless to say, Bruce was directly named a demigod powerhouse or the position of the of war. In one step, he reached the combat power of the half-step Nine Tribulations realm. The Realm King himself injected his Realm King power. Help Bruce stabilize the realm. Then there is Wu Li. Jian Wushuang let out a wicked smile, looked at Wu Li, and said, "Brother Wu Li, your cheap old man has perished. Do you have any plans for the next step?" "Don't." After Wu Li heard Jian Wushuang's words, he quickly waved his hand. "I'm not familiar with that bald monk. Don't play this kind of joke on me. I can't bear it." "Ha ha." He walked in front of Wu Li, patted the other party's shoulder, and said in a slightly serious tone, "Then you can go with Dan Bao. Guyu Shikong has nothing to remember, and I will find you when I have a chance in the future. Drink wine." Wu Li also knew that Jian Wushuang had secrets, and now Jian Wushuang jokingly said that he was helping him by asking him to follow Dan Bao. Entering the ancient moon time and space is because Wu Li entered the Wanlu Shenmu. Now Wanlu Shenmu is gone, but because of the other party, he has grown a lot. A word is not very helpful. Dan Bao also understood what Jian Wushuang meant. For him, Wu Li was also a benefactor. Even if he took the initiative to invite Wu Li to enter the world god continent with him. Since the Lord God of Life has spoken, then I won't give face if I shirk it. Well, then go to the world god continent and have a look, and by the way, I will be a guard for Dan Bao. But when he finished speaking, the golden armored warrior and the original 3 life messengers all stood up. Wu Li quickly waved his hand and said, "Joke, joke." He wasn't going to take jobs with these guys. Everything was arranged, and it was time to part. Before leaving, the Realm King also gave Jian Wushuang a surprise. This surprise really surprised Jian Wushuang. "Brother Wuzhua." This time Jian Wushuang is really happy, just moved to tears, encountering old friends in a foreign land. And this old man is still fat. Seeing the other party from a distance, he felt an aura of the 7 Tribulations realm. "Brother Wushuang." Wuzhua saw Jian Wushuang flying from below and took the initiative to meet him. The immortal temple has torn the void and left the ancient moon space-time. The super powerhouses from all sides also left the ancient moon time and space one after another, waiting for the of life to create the method of resurrection. However, some people found Jian Wushuang before leaving. Want to buy some life force. Wuzhua thought that these people were trying to threaten Jian Wushuang, jumping and scolding, and almost did it. Some of those scattered tribulations are not the powerhouses of the ancient moon time and space. Jian Wushuang actually didn't need to help these people, but he also has to prepare for the future tribulation. It simply sold a lot of life force, harvested a large number of primordial stones, a full billion, enough for him to transcend the 8th robbery. This made those strong men who did not come extremely envious. Life force is not for sale. Countless auctions have not encountered a trace. Jian Wushuang has an ocean of life. How can you not be shocked and surprised? Although having treasure, but no one dared to peep. Not only because of Wu's relationship, but also because of Jian Wushuang's strength. The Lord of the 6 Tribulations realm universe has such a huge life force. The strength is even greater. Busy with everything, Jian Wushuang declined the invitation of the Shenmu King, want to recruit him to become the second in command of the ancient Wood sect. But Jian Wushuang couldn't see it. Finally, it was given to the Lord of Hengmu. The two of them smelled like each other, Jian Wushuang, and Wuzhua didn't stay too long. This place is not the place to talk. Knowing that he sells the power of life, I am afraid that countless people will follow. He was exhausted. After collecting enough treasures, he pulled Wuzhua and left Wanlu Divine Realm, ready to go to the daughter country. The two of them were riding on the Silver Pyramid. Inside the pyramid captured by Jian Wushuang, it has long since been transformed by him, now used as a flying treasure. However, some of the internal things can still be used, and it needs to be transformed by a puppet master. Originally found Lianxing, but the opponent's level is limited. It can still be seen in the ancient moon space-time, but looking at the entire northern time and space, there are still some gaps. I want to restore this metal treasure to its original state. At least have a metal-like brain. For this kind of thing, either go to the southern time and space to find it, or go to the world god continent. Very troublesome. Now, Jian Wushuang doesn't have that time, so after the time and space of Guyu is out, you can find a god-forging master in the 8 tribulations realm at will to repair it and use it. For example, it can breed metal life. He has infinite life force. There is also infinite power of all things. The power of all things can be transformed into divine power. At that time, with the Silver Pyramid, countless armies will be able to be born. This time, among the treasures he got, this pyramid can only be seen. Although the treasures given by the Realm King are precious, they can also be bought. But this pyramid cannot be bought with money. Even in the southern time and space, it is the top metal treasure. Treasures at the level of the 9 tribulations must at least be forged and repaired by the master of the universe of the 8 tribulations. Whoa! Inside the pyramid, Wuzwa visited at random and said curiously, "Brother Wushuang, your treasure can be powerful, and the space is not bad. Sitting has a face." Now Wuzwa, like a son of an aristocratic family, likes to compare. Holding a wine glass in one hand, behind the other, there is quite the honor of a big boss. I just remodeled it at will. In fact, the internal source and structure are damaged. I was too ruthless at the beginning. Jian Wushuang also took the opportunity to brag about himself. What he said was also the truth, and it was really because he shot too hard. Otherwise, it can be kept more complete. Wuzwa shook the wine glass, and when he heard that this treasure was still damaged, he immediately said, "Then we have to repair it quickly. I will introduce you to someone. The ancient existence of our northern time and space and the study and casting of billions of years will definitely help you repair it." Chapter 5970. As soon as he heard that it was an eternity, Jian Wushuang came to his senses. In fact, whoever existed in the ancient times has just met Wuzwa. But it's okay to help repair a small thing like a treasure. The two chatted for a while, then sat aside and talked about their experiences over the years. Wuzwa also knew about Jian Wushuang's own affairs. After all, there are only 3 eras, although it is extremely exciting. But it was soon over. But Wuzwa has been practicing with the Realm King for millions of epochs, encountered more things. For example, Jian Wushuang met Fan Tianfeng and Jun Wuyang. Wuzwa found almost everyone, except for Hui Qing. He knew where those people were. Hui Qing should be at the ancient moon ruins. Jian Wushuang gave the answer. At the beginning, Hui Qing reminded him not to go to the ancient moon ruins, but now he still has to go. Hearing the ancient moon ruins, Wuzwa pulled his face down and said in shock, "How could it be in the ancient moon ruins, where is now completely a dead place, and it was completely turned into ashes not long ago?" "Ah," Jian Wushuang said in surprise. "It turned into ashes. When did this happen?" "The moment Danbao became a god, the ancient moon ruins turned into ashes. This Jian Wushuang is still just known. There was also some concern for Hui Qing in my heart." Seeing Jian Wushuang's expression a little embarrassed, Wuzwa quickly changed the subject and talked about Fan Tianfeng. The opponent has fallen, with which fire god. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was not surprised, but the deity of the flame fell, and he was a little curious. However, according to what the Realm King said, The annihilation of the original universe is very weak, but it also has a combat power above the peak of the eight tribulations realm. Killing a fire is normal. Even if they are so far apart, they can kill with one hit. The combat power of the flame gods is difficult to achieve even at the top of the eight tribulations realm. It is not bad to have about 5 million in divine power. I tried to persuade her back then, but I was too insistent. Jian Wushuang took a sip of wine and said regretfully. Wu Zhuo poured the wine on his own and said, "Actually, if the old man of the realm hadn't stopped me, he might have gone back already." When it comes to the Qi temple, their expressions have changed. Jian Wushuang was fine, but felt that 3 epochs had passed. Wu Zhuo has really endured 1,000,000 epochs. From the emperor, step by step to the 7 tribulations realm. For Qi temple, I have long been missing. It also made him more and more loyal to Qi temple. After knowing that Zhen Wuyang was reluctant to bear his wife and children and chose to stay in the universe of Wanlu Shenmu forever, he scolded Zhen Wuyang together. Forget it. He is only in the 5 tribulations realm, and his abilities are limited. And he probably saw the gap with me at the beginning, so he chose to stay, knowing that he can go back and nothing to make up for it. No matter how Zhen Wuyang is said to be, he was also a nobleman in the past, and it is not an exaggeration to say a good word to the other party. Let's not talk about him. Wu Zhuo slapped his mouth and wiped the corner of his mouth. Brother Wushuang, you are now the Lord of the 6 tribulations realm universe. How is your divine power? They arrived at the ancient moon time and space. All went to divine power. In fact, look at the northern time and space. Most of them are still practicing magic. There are very few people who cultivate the origin. So when the two talked about combat power, they still talked about divine power. My current basic divine power is not much, only 1. 5 million. Jian Wushuang confidently reported his basic divine power. 1.5 million basic divine power, the standard of the 7 tribulations realm. But after hearing this, Wu Zhuo, who had a lot of knowledge, was a little disappointed and said, "That's really not much." Seeing that the other party dared to look down on him, Jian Wushuang suddenly became angry. "Try." He tilted his head as he spoke, indicating that there was a Dongtian martial arts arena next door. The interior of the valley was built by himself, and it was extremely solid. Just try it. Wu Zhuo also had itchy hands. Although Jian Wushuang said that his basic power is only 1. 5 million, not to mention the explosion. The reason why he was disappointed was because the shock that Jian Wushuang gave him was too strong. When he is a monarch, his divine power can explode to more than 100,000. The Lord of the 6 tribulations realm universe needs at least 2 million to make a bottom line. When he was able to fight Jian Wushuang before, Jian Wushuang was a Taoist, so he couldn't be deceived negative a junior. Later, the two reached a level, and the result was no opponent at all. Now he has finally caught up with Jian Wushuang again, and even overwhelmed Jian Wushuang, reached the level of the Lord of the 7 tribulations realm universe. Moreover, he cultivated the peak secret technique of the Realm King, and he was also able to integrate his dojo into his body. Like Jian Wushuang, without reaching the 8 tribulations realm, you can give your own origin universe that you carry with you. To put it simply, it is to put the origin universe into the body of one's own God. Although Wu Zhuo is only the master of the 7 tribulations realm universe, he can rely on his own cosmos dojo to be comparable to the top of the 8 tribulations realm. The ordinary lord of the 7 tribulations realm can match the ordinary 8 tribulations realm by virtue of the dojo. As a disciple of the Realm King, Wu Zhuo is naturally much stronger than the general master of the 7 tribulations realm universe. Please Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and the two figures flashed into the martial arts field at the same time. Space changes. What kind of battlefield do you want? Wu Zhuo froze for a moment and said, Desert. Whoa. The martial arts field instantly turned into an endless desert. Is this all right? Wu Zhuo was surprised. Jian Wushuang also said indifferently, Of course. The two face each other far away. God is unmoved, not in a hurry to explode. Swish. Wu Zhuo took the lead. The figure instantly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and slapped it with a palm. Shook the entire desert. The surrounding gravel swept the sky, obscuring the sky, like the end of the day. Jian Wushuang didn't dodge either, and to learn from each other would require divine power to collide. Otherwise, it's not interesting. But after taking this palm, he regretted it again. The basic divine power is as high as 5 million. Brother Wu Zhuo is very good, Jian Wushuang exclaimed, and secretly said in his heart, No wonder he is so crazy. The basic divine power is more than 2 million. After Wu Zhuo heard it, he shot and said modestly, It's not too high or not, it's only 1 million more than you. Really? Jian Wushuang chuckled, and a dark armor appeared on his body. The divine power instantly increased by 500,000. This is a robbery. The crazy running robbery brought him 500,000 basic divine power. Instantly raised a level, he took the initiative to punch Wu Zhuo's chest. Wu Zhuo did not guard against it, and guarded with advance. When he pointed out, countless light waves impacted Jian Wushuang's face. Every light wave can kill the ordinary 7 tribulation realm-scattered robbery powerhouse. Jian Wushuang had to step back. However, after pulling the distance, Wu Zhuo refused to let go, his hands together, constantly blasting light waves and rushing towards Jian Wushuang. The crackling sound shook the entire desert. Wu Zhuo let out a low roar, blasting out 1 million attacks every moment, and stopped after a full incense stick. Chapter 59:71. With such a high-intensity attack, his breathing did not change. How about it? In the dust in the sky, Jian Wushuang could not be seen. Happy, Jian Wushuang put his hands down in front of him, just resisted so many attacks. Really happy. That feeling of being in a fight was quickly found. In the years he entered Wanlu, he seldom shot. He was even more itchy than Wu Zhuo. What's more enjoyable is yet to come. Wu Zhuo exclaimed, Look at me. The power of the Realm King, the breath on Wu Zhuo's body suddenly turned golden. Divine power also began to greatly increase. The number of interest times has been fully increased from 5 million to 3 million. Very good. Jian Wushuang praised. The power of the Realm King can increase the power of 500,000, which is indeed very good. No wonder it was the secret technique of the king's box. Wu Zhuo smiled and said his whole card directly. Tell Jian Wushuang that he can exert 5 times the power of the world god. That is to say, in the peak state, the divine power can reach 5 million. It is already the threshold of the top of the 8 tribulations realm. This is not even the origin dojo. Even if the source dojo is increased by 20% by 40%, there are still 6 million divine powers. Wu Zhuo's combat power really impressed him. But he is not weak. The power of the beast god, 5 times. Jian Wushuang let out a low roar, and his divine power increased from 2 million to 3 million. 5 times increased the power of 1 million. Now the divine power is equal to Wu Zhuo. The two fought together again, continue to madly attack each other with divine power, playing in full swing. Hardy, after fighting the magic, fight again. The two of them supported with both hands and burned with divine power. Whoosh! Everyone gasped, snapped. Jian Wushuang raised his leg and kicked Wu Zuo away. Ha ha, it seems that I still have the upper hand in terms of strength. Wu Zuo, who was kicked away, let out a smug smile. Jian Wushuang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said disdainfully, "What a joke! That's because I didn't use all my strength." The two opened up again, facing each other. "How about all your strength?" After Wu Zuo gasped for a while, he directly mobilized the source to restore the lost divine power and reached his peak state. Jian Wushuang nodded, feeling that it was almost the same, and it was time to touch it with all his strength. With a move of mind, the force of life directly restores the injury. The fight just now was still a small fight, just a warm-up. Neither of them have leaked their cards yet. Wu Zuo fell and exploded. 5 times the power of the world burst out in an instant. Divine power also exploded from 3 million to 5 million. This powerful divine power shook the desert. Around his body, there are also strands of golden arcs. The eyebrows and eyes have undergone tremendous changes and become thicker, which is the thickness of divine power. After seeing Wu Zuo's peak combat power, not to be outdone, Jian Wushuang let out a low roar, and the aura on his body began to change. "Blue!" Wu Zuo exclaimed. Boom! A powerful breath rose instantly. The power of the beast was completely contracted. Instead, Jian Wushuang wrapped in a blue arc. This move is called Super Eternal Transformation. Jian Wushuang's eldest mother and son pointed at herself and introduced her proud peak secret technique. It was created by him himself. Naturally proud, Gu/Span used super eternal thickening, and his divine power also increased to 5 million, similar to Wu Zuo, but he is only the lord of the universe of the 6 tribulations realm. Seeing that Jian Wushuang was as powerful as himself, Wu Zuo let out a smile. The 6 tribulation realm is as powerful as his 7 tribulation realm. This is Jian Wushuang. Boom! The two shot at the same time. At the moment of the shot, the ground rises a vortex. In the vortex of the ellipse is their origin dojo. Wu Zuo's dojo has increased his divine power by a full 30%. Divine power reached 5 million. Jian Wushuang also leaked a surprised expression. He didn't expect Wu Zuo's origin dojo to be so powerful. When his origin dojo reaches the limit state, one universe can increase 4 cities. One universe, the power of 100,000 black holes. This is much stronger than Wu Zuo. If the second universe is formed, can increase by 5%. However, Wu Zuo learned from each other. He did not need to increase so much. It only increased by about 30%, reached 6.5 million. When 2 people are at their peak, they can easily shatter the space, break everything. They have all reached the top level of the 8 tribulations realm. Every time they collided, the body of the gods trembled. "Brother Wushuang, you still haven't let me down. This can be tied with me." Wu Zuo moved his numb wrists. He hadn't experienced such a peak match in a long time. "I wasn't used to it for a while, but it's really been a lot of comfortable days. The bones are softened. This is not good." Jian Wushuang was suspended in the air, but he didn't feel that way. "You have to pay attention. If you are not careful, I will crush you again." "Haha, impossible." Wu Zuo rushed again, fists and feet added together. He does not use the treasure. The divine body is the strongest treasure. He can shatter the treasures of the 7 tribulations of the universe. Clang! Jian Wushuang pulled out the sword of myriad tribulations, instantly causing the surrounding time and space to freeze, and his voice became cold. "Really?" As soon as the divine sword came out, Wu Zuo felt a little regretful. "I forgot about it." He forgot that Jian Wushuang was a kendo practitioner, or the ultimate kendo. This time, there is a difference. Or is Jian Wushuang's saving face for the other party? Otherwise, pure divine power can win Wuzhua. Wuzhua can also see that Jian Wushuang's divine power has never been controlled in the same way as his. Definitely save face for yourself. Thinking of this, he is not hiding either. Since I have taken out the eating guys, then I will not hide it. Wuzhua took a half step back, clenched his fists, and said in a low voice, "Let's see the strongest unique skill I have learned." Jian Wushuang held the sword of myriad tribulations and said indifferently, "One move determines the outcome." Good. The two opened up. Jian Wushuang was thinking about which sword to use. The sword of life is a little weak. The same goes for the sword of death. Using samsara, I was afraid that Wuzhua's loss would be too ugly. Neutralize it, or use that trick. In an instant, a sword appeared in his hand. One black and one white. Double sword slide. Jian Wushuang bowed his head and swooped out, life and death walking together. Wuzhua Shuangquan gathered divine power and shouted angrily, "Jia Wangquan!" The shadow of the fist covers the entire sky, and 1,000 thunders are drawn with one punch. Above the sky, thousands of fist shadows appeared, like myriad beasts galloping towards Jian Wushuang. Myriad beasts collided with two swords, one black and one white. Destroyed in an instant, there are constantly boxing shadows being broken open by sword energy. These are not enough to worry about. The battle between the two will only be decided when they collide. Chapter 59-72. Chapter 59-77. You are the one who won. The two swords cut open. Black and white split the world. The fist shadow sank into the sky. The two of them made a mistake, and the winner has been divided. With their backs facing each other, the two put away their respective breaths at the same time and returned to normal. Losing. No, you won my martial arts field. Jian Wushuang couldn't help laughing. I originally built this cave to cultivate under normal conditions in the future, but it can also withstand the 8 tribulations realm. In the battle of the top powerhouses, I didn't expect that the blow just now turned Dongtian into 2 halves and even shattered your fist. Wuzhua heard the loud voice. So, I really took advantage of it, but don't worry, I will get you a better one when you arrive at the eternal realm of heaven. Saying this on the face, the hands behind his back couldn't help shaking. The sword just now almost broke his hands. If it wasn't for Jian Wushuang's back and slashing the sword energy in this cave, he would have been seriously injured at least. Jian Wushuang's combat power is still as terrifying as before. Even if he practiced with the Realm King for so long, he was still inferior to Jian Wushuang. But it's okay. At least now I can keep up with Jian Wushuang's footsteps. In the past, they didn't even have the ability to learn from each other. So he wasn't too disappointed. The time for the two to discuss is only an hour. At this hour, they had already arrived in the territory of the daughter's country. The pyramid is suspended above the daughter country, attracted a lot of strong onlookers, but the pyramid could not be broken, can't even feel the breath. For this, the king of Yunji was alarmed. In recent years, the ancient Wood continent has not been peaceful. All powerhouses have gone through, so be careful, otherwise, an accident may destroy the daughter's country. The ancient Moon Divine sect couldn't save them. After seeing this pyramid, the Lord Yunji was greatly surprised. I have never even seen such a treasure. Just when she was curious, Jian Wushuang took Wuzhua out of the pyramid. Lord Yunji, long time no see. Jian Wushuang felt some remorse in his heart as he looked at the gentle Lord Yunji. At the beginning, it was agreed to protect Jinchen. In the end, Jinchen still fell. King Yunji looked up and followed the voice, and found out that it was Jian Wushuang, and he was not too shocked. Empress Fengchen has already told her about the infinite world. It is no secret that Jian Wushuang entered the Wanlu Shenmu. It's been a few years since we saw each other. King Yunji's expression was indifferent. Obviously, Jian Wushuang did not protect Jin Chen well, and there was some complaints. He didn't even mean to ask him to come in and sit down. He just stood in the air. Jian Wushuang was a little embarrassed. Wu Zue didn't know the inside story and felt that the other party was a little disrespectful, so he wanted to show his hand, but was stopped by Jian Wushuang. "I'm sorry about Jin Chen." Jian Wushuang bowed slightly, took out 2 mustard seeds, and said, "These things on behalf of Jin Chen I present to you and the Empress. There are many treasures in these 2 mustard seeds. Among them, in the mustard seed given to the Lord of Yunji, there is also Jin Chen's relic. Since the other party likes Jin Chen so much, then give it to Lord Yunji. As for the Queen, it is already very good that he can give treasures to the other party. The fall of Jin Chen is entirely the fault of the Empress. If it wasn't for abandoning them at the beginning, Jin Chen would not have fallen." When the Lord Yunji heard that there was Jin Chen's relic, he took 2 mustard seeds, and his face softened a little. "Gumu Continent, there is nothing to remember. Repay the kindness." About to leave, there is also a benefactor, Li Yanxing. He also owed the other a favor. However, the 2 of them roamed Wanlu Shenmu together, and the words were all finished. The matter of human affection is estimated to be paid later. Now, he has to follow Wu Zue to Tiansong Eternal Realm to find the 2 brothers Dongsheng and Wanyan. When everyone gathers together, it is almost time to leave. "Let's go." Jian Wushuang said indifferently, "Take Wu Zue back to the inside of the pyramid again." Swish! Mitsubishi Pyramid, a flash, direct leaving the ancient wood continent, to the void in the ancient moon space. Who was it just now? Wu Zue's curiosity came up, and he began to ask continuously. Jian Wushuang laughed at himself. "A person who is kind to me." He didn't say much, but changed the subject and asked about Dongsheng and Wanyan. "Originally, I was going to find Tongtian Buddha first. It's just that something happened to Dongsheng and Wanyan. The 2 of them had to be born into the eternal realm. Fix the pyramid by the way. Now that the speed of repair is not enough, it can catch up with his shuttle universe. And don't bother rushing. He and Wu Zue were eating and drinking inside. In a few days, he left the ancient moon space-time into the Badlands, where is the largest area in the northern time and space. There is no long river of time and space. It is said to be the other side, but it is desolate. Not to mention practitioners, there is not even a breath of life. Just some icy stones drifting aimlessly in the void. The ancient moon space-time is relatively close to the sky and the eternal realm. It only takes a few months to arrive. Going forward in the barren land is the most boring. Ordinary robbery powerhouses need several epochs to fly alone. The speed of the 2 of them is faster than that of the 8 tribulations realm. In the entire northern time and space, I am afraid that no more than 10 people can be faster than this pyramid. So much so that those thieves who relied on intercepting and killing practitioners who traveled through the barren land did not dare to pay their attention. You don't need to read it, knows that it is a super-existing flying treasure. Even if they were given 10 courage, they would not dare to kill them. After such a boring flight, for several months, they finally reached the eternal realm. The opening of the ancient moon era was because of the goddess. The first lord of the 9 tribulations, realm universe. Turn your own origin universe into one of the long rivers of time and space. And Tiansong Eternal World is different. This is the oldest tributary to evolve from. Later, because of the blessing and stability of an ancient existence, it became a huge eternal world. Will never end. There are also many powerhouses in the eternal realm, and they are gradually increasing, unlike the cultivators in the ancient moon time and space who are bound to the goddess, getting weaker. Now that the goddess has completely disappeared, the background of the ancient moon space-time has declined again. If it weren't for the appearance of the god of life, perhaps the entire ancient moon space-time would be heading for decline. This is also the distance from the eternal world, God, named after an eternal being. The forces of the entire Tiansong eternal realm are intricate. On the contrary, it is not as united as Guyu time and space. At least the ancient moon sect clearly unified the ancient moon time and space. There are 8-star sects in 9 days and 10 places, but Tiansong Eternal Realm did not do this. The ancient powerhouse, Tiansong, has the strength to unite the forces of the entire Tiansong Eternal Realm. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, 73. But he didn't, because the Real powerhouse seeks power. This is the layout. In order to stabilize its position, the ancient moon god sect would only emphasize its position. Treat the ancient moon sect as a god, the solidification of the strong. On the contrary, it is not conducive to the strength of a long river of time and space. Tiansong Eternal Realm, from top to bottom. They are all fighting and killing, and the powerhouses in time and space are springing up like bamboo shoots after a rain, and tens of thousands of epics may be replaced. In these battles, the powerhouses of the 8 tribulations realm may fall. The fall of the 7 tribulations is even more common. The 6 forces in the eternal realm of the sky, except for the Tiansong Palace, almost all of them have risen in recent times. Except for the Tiansong Palace, there is no power that can be spread all the time. Jian Wushuang and Wuzhua came to Tiansong Eternal World this time, mainly do 2 things. One is to repair the pyramid left by the metal light brain. The other is to find Dongsheng and Wanyan. Whoa, the pyramid has entered the eternal realm of the sky without knowing it and set off in the endless stars. The eternal world chose the universe as its framework. Continents are rare. Instead, there are more planets. On most planets, life is still mundane. The real powerhouses are all fighting in some secret territories. Looking at the different scenes, Jian Wushuang was quite curious. The eternal realm is really unusual. Looking at the space-time through space, you can see that it is much more stable than the ancient moon space-time, at least able to withstand the battle of the 8 tribulations realm. Not a battle, even time and space are destroyed. Wuzhua, who has a lot of knowledge, smiled lightly. Actually, it's nothing. You will understand when you enter the world god continent in the future. These are all material worlds. Compared with the real world of rules, the eternal world is very fragile. Then I'll go to experience it in the future. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then asked the specific information about Dongsheng and Wanyan. Wuzwishu said, the 2 brothers Dongsheng and Wanyan actually got along pretty well. Back then, the old realm king sent them into a purgatory to stimulate their potential, and they soon became the masters of the universe. What kind of inheritance? Most of them are based on talent cultivation, built through the foundation of Qi Temple, and coupled with the opportunity of the old man Jia. Their progress is extremely fast, but there have been some stagnation in these years, and encounters a lot of trouble. Trouble. Jian Wushuang knew that it was trouble for Dongsheng and Wanyan, but a trivial matter for him. So he asked directly, I heard you say so urgently, are you being chased by the enemy? Almost after the 2 of them entered the eternal realm, they joined the Gorfiend Palace as the masters of the universe. Later, because of a mission, they were sentenced to the Gorfiend Palace, and they have been hunted down for tens of thousands of epochs. Recently, the Gorfiend the Temple even sent a Seven Tribulations realm powerhouse to hunt down the two of them. Jian Wushuang was startled when he heard it and said in amazement, with such a big hand, he sent Seven Tribulation realm powerhouses to hunt down the 2-6 robbery realm masters of the universe. Gorfiend Hall, he had heard of it. A new superpower. It is not the six peak forces in the eternal realm of Tiansong. However, this Gorfiend Hall master is also the #1 character. He is the new master of the universe in the 8 Tribulations realm, and his combat power is very good. The background is also relatively mysterious, as if it has an inexplicable relationship with the Tiansong Palace. Then find their place first. Jian Wushuang's mind moved, and with the pyramid as the core, a thought force containing cause and effect burst out. He begins to search for Dongsheng and Wanyan, heavenly eternal realm. Valley 1000 Mercury domain. This star field belongs to the edge of the eternal realm of the sky, and it is very close to the barren land. It is a necessary place for many foreign practitioners to go to the eternal realm of the sky. Because of the large flow, this place is also mixed. From time to time, there are some strong men in the realm of 7 tribulations, and the master of the universe in the realm of 6 tribulations is also very common. Most importantly, this is a place where no one cares. Less oil and water, mixed personnel. It is not easy for anyone to come, and all the forces are disgusted by this, and there is not even a strong stationed in it. Because of this matter, this place has also become a holy place in the eternal world of the sky. Some powerful people, wanted by the big forces, all drilled here. Because of this, Dongsheng and Wanyan hid in the Qianshui star territory, and it's on the 1000 Mercury. 1000 Mercury star was refined by a powerful person, comparable to the size of a universe. There are many strong people inside, and they come from everywhere. It is the core of Qianshui star territory. Outside Qianshui city, the sight of hundreds of millions of practitioners entering and exiting together is extremely spectacular. Among them, the inconspicuous 3 people moved slowly in the crowd. 2 men and 1 woman. The 3 quietly entered Qianshui city, following the flow of people. After entering the city, the 3 did not stop and followed the sparse crowd into a hutong. It is said to be a hutong, but on this path there are thousands of poor houses. Some of these cave houses are for rent. The 3 randomly went to a low door, took out some cosmic crystals, and entered a cave. Although the cave house is a bit shabby, the space is not small, covering an area of tens of kilometers, with gardens and courtyards. After entering the cave, the 3 of them did not relax either, but after checking the large formation in the cave mansion, they set up another large formation and let out a sigh of relief. It's finally here. The mighty figure among the 3 took off his hat, revealing his scarred face, and sighed. 3 days. It only takes 3 days. The senior who is in contact with me will come to pick us up, and then we will be able to leave the eternal realm of heaven. The scarred-faced man said in a deep tone, "Don't be careless, although any senior doesn't know our details, but you know, the intelligence system of the Gorfiend Palace. Even if this is Qianshui City, there will be a lot of eyeliners. Let's not talk about this when we return to the ancient moon time and space. It will be really safe." The woman among the 3 was very curious about Guyu space-time. "Wanyan, what are your plans when you arrive at Guyu space-time?" Thanks. You'll know when the time comes." As I said, we have a big secret. Wanyan smiled lightly. The scar-faced man also smiled when he heard it. They are all waiting for the moment to return to the ancient moon space-time. Except for the woman, the 3 of them were Dongsheng and Wanyan, whom Jian Wushuang was familiar with. It's just that Dongsheng, who used to be brave in the past, has more scars on his face. And Wanyan also lost an arm. This is a camouflage, and it has really hurt a lot. The two of them took the woman and fled all the way, and met many strong men who intercepted them in the Gorfiend palace. It can be said that it took all risks to reach this thousand-water city. Brother Dongsheng, how much confidence do you think the two of us will return to the Qi temple with our current strength? Wanyan didn't shy away from any woman, so she said it directly. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Chapter 5974. After Dongsheng heard this, he clenched his fist, felt his divine power, and said to himself, "Invincible! Ha! They have great confidence in their own strength." He even felt that he was about to become a savior. Little did they know that there would be a fierce battle waiting for them soon, which mysterious woman Dongsheng and Wanyan entered Qianshui city on the front foot, and a strong man of the Seven Tribulations realm came to Qianshui city with dozens of lords of the Six Tribulations realm on the back. How about Shasan's news? The leader of the Seven Tribulation realm powerhouse said coldly. A cosmos master of the Six Tribulations realm behind him hurriedly clasped his fists and reported, "The three of Tianzi No. 2 are hiding in Shuilong Hatong, and they will meet with Shasan in 3 days." Okay, just wait for 3 more days and get out of Qianshui city. The powerhouse of the Seven Tribulations realm under the black robe has blood in his eyes. This time chasing down Dongsheng and Wanyan, he is the strongest fighting force. The heavenly rank killer of the Gorfiend temple, when he was the Lord of the universe, killed the same rank. Although it has become a scattered robbery now, it still maintains the level of the peak combat power of the Seven Tribulations. Divine power as high as 2 million. Originally, according to the standards of the Gorfiend temple, San Jie could choose to retire, but because of the appearance of the God of Life, he had to play the sword again. Earn life force, stay alive, waiting for the resurrection secret. Not just him, except for those who are lucky enough to get the life force of Danbao and Jian Wushuang. The other powerhouses in the space and time are desperately searching for the power of life. No way. The road to resurrection, I don't know when it will be created. All those scattered robbery can do now is to maintain their own vitality. The Lord of the universe also has its own pressures. If you are not sure, you will not cross the calamity, suppress your own realm, and go to the calamity when you have to. Before the calamity, the power of life will also be prepared in advance, in case it is needed from time to time. The power of life is very precious in the first place. The current price is even higher. At the beginning, I bought a lot of life force scattered robbery from Jian Wushuang, and found that it only needs to sell 1 achievement to exchange the treasure that was spent at the beginning. Gained 90% of life force in vain. Even so, no one does it. The power of life is now at the peak. But this is also short-lived. Once the path of resurrection is created, at that time, the force of life will explode. Although it is not worthless, it will not be as high as it is now, and the price is so high that it stops at the 8 Tribulations realm. The key is that money is hard to buy. But even so, few people dared to pay attention to Jian Wushuang. Of course, there will also be some of the 8 Tribulation realms that are about to fall, and they have reached a state of madness. I want to find Jian Wushuang. It's just that these 8 Tribulations realm powerhouses are almost shrinking in divine power, and finding Jian Wushuang is not an opponent. But there is no better way. They are the most desperate. Life is like that. Danbao is also working hard to create a road to resurrection. It just takes a long time, and this is impossible. For the Realm King, it is enough to have the God of Life. Creating the power of resurrection is only a matter of time. Now some people die. It's nothing. From ancient times to the present, I don't know how many 8 tribulations realm Tianjiao has fallen. Outside the 1,000 Mercury star territory, a silver pyramid whirled into the silent void. The two of them can run quite well, and they're all here. Wuzhua couldn't help but exclaimed. The two cosmos masters of the 6 tribulations realm were able to escape from the core of the heavenly Tsang eternal realm to Qianshui Xing while being hunted down, and at such a fast speed. Amazing indeed. After all, the two are not like Jian Wushuang, who has a pyramid left by a metal-like brain. Flying alone would probably take several epochs. In addition to being chased and killed, the time required will be doubled. After a quarter of an hour, resist Qianshui Xing, and you will be able to see these two people. Jian Wushuang's thought force moved, and the pyramid broke into the Qianshui star territory. If it wasn't for keeping a low profile, he would be able to reach Dongsheng and Wanyan in an instant. Qianshui star territory, in the south of Tiansong eternal realm. The two of them entered the eternal realm of heaven by force without looking at the road at all. So when they reached the eastern edge of the eternal realm of heaven, after karma found Dongsheng and Wanyan, it only took 3 days to cross most of the eternal realm of heaven. I am afraid that this speed can only be achieved by the ancient existence of the eternal realm of the sky. Well, Wu's brows jumped at this time, and a wicked smile leaked out. They seem to be in trouble. It's hard to resist for a quarter of an hour. Jian Wushuang also used his mind power to search for Qian Mercury. Only then did they realize that Dongsheng and Wanyan were being besieged by a group of strong men. The fight was extremely intense. He and Wuzhua used the projection of the pyramid to lie on the chair with their legs crossed, watching Dongsheng and Wanyan being besieged. From time to time, I also commented on the fighting strength of the two. If Dongsheng and Wanyan saw it, they would definitely vomit blood. Yes, both of them have a basic power of around 1 million, and they can be comparable to the average 7 tribulation realm powerhouses when they burst out. It seems that Lord Jiawang has given him a good chance. Jian Wushuang is very satisfied with this. Get stronger together. It's better than being strong alone. Wuzhua took a sigh of tea and said calmly, if it wasn't for the woman next to me, the two of them should be able to escape. In the projection, Dongsheng and Wanyan fought separately. Which black-robed 7 tribulation realm powerhouse is Dongsheng fighting against? Wanyan blocked more than a dozen strong men of the same rank. Unfortunately, both of them have scruples and can't let go, and they have already suffered a lot of injuries. Jian Wushuang looked at it for a while and felt that the projection looked too boring. With a move in his heart, the power of the pyramid was instantly stimulated to its peak, and in an instant, it was like a move reaching the sky above Qian Mercury. Don't lie down. Go down and help. He patted Wuzhua and motioned to go down and have a look together. Wuzhua moved his wrist and sighed, it's a pity that it's too weak, otherwise I'd be able to play a game. Indeed, which of the heavenly rank killers of the Gorfine Temple, the strength of the two of them is indeed not enough to see. Only 2 million. Under the normal state of Wuzhua, he can beat the opponent violently. There is no difficulty. The two stood on the pedals of the pyramid together and slowly descended from the pyramid. At this time, they didn't feel the time-space storm brought by the pyramid's relocation in the pyramid. After they went out, they actually felt the violent time-space power. Most of the entire Qianshui city was destroyed. That's why Jian Wushuang came here in a low-key manner. But Dongsheng and Wanyan couldn't stop it. If they don't come again, their lives will be lost. Jian Wushuang can't control that much. He can only stimulate the peak power of the pyramid and teleport here. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex novel mobile version Reading URL. Chapter 5975. The pyramid suspended in the sky above Qian Mercury has infinite power. The mighty swept the entire Qian Mercury, except for the remaining half of Qianshui City. The rest of the place was completely cleaned up. Jian Wushuang, who has experienced the journey of Wanlu, has also restrained the killing and did not threaten those weak practitioners. Several auras rose up in Qianshui City, and there were even 2 auras of the 8 Tribulations realm. But it's all looting, not the Lord of the universe of the 8 Tribulations realm. Being able to become the Lord of the universe in the 8 Tribulations realm hardly needs to avoid the enemy. Anyone who joins a party at will is rushing to ask for it. Looting is different. Limited value. These 2 powerhouses in the 8 Tribulations realm are the overlords of Qian Mercury. Now that Jian Wushuang's pyramid has destroyed half of the planet in an instant, the 2 of them can't sit still, but not wanting to get out. Instead, prepare to escape, to be able to operate such a powerful treasure. At least it is the master of the universe of the 8 Tribulations. And he is also the top master of the 8 Tribulations realm universe. Otherwise, it is impossible to mobilize such a powerful treasure. Just like Jian Wushuang can't really mobilize the Guantian chessboard. The 2 experts in the 8 Tribulations realm stared at the 2 figures that appeared below the pyramid. Their expressions moved, and they said in surprise, 7 Tribulations realm? What the 2 of them saw was naturally the realm of Wuzhua. Jian Wushuang's aura is completely restrained, and now even the 8 Tribulations realm cannot feel his existence, can only be seen with the naked eye. The 2 powerhouses in the 8 Tribulations realm found that Wuzhua only had the 7 Tribulations realm, but they couldn't feel the breath when they saw Jian Wushuang, like a puppet, immediately not afraid. At the same time, the killer of the Gorfiend Palace, who was still besieging Dongsheng and Wanyan, also stopped. The countless powerhouses on Qianshuixing all looked at Jian Wushuang and Wuzhua. Under the roar of the pyramid, the 2 walked over, full of oppression. My God, what kind of treasure is this? In the crowd below, someone stared at the pyramid in disbelief, only to feel that the power above was endless. You can suppress the 7 Tribulations realm powerhouse at will, and most of the powerhouses on 1000 Mercury are in the 4 Tribulations realm. The 7 Tribulations realm is hard to see. This time Qianshui City was destroyed, and only dozens of 7 Tribulation realms appeared. No matter what the treasure is, this is not something we can touch. The Shuangshui Qianshui has come out, and there will be a good show later. In the crowd, a strong figure of 6 Tribulations realm kept retreating into the void. Just stopped. There are also many people who left Qian Mercury directly. Worry about implicated yourself. Can watch more lively. Most of them come from the forces in the eternal realm of the sky, and they are all wanted. Everyone is desperados, the kind that don't want to die. This kind of big scene may never be seen in a lifetime, and naturally, he is reluctant to leave. Whoa! Qianshui Shuangsheng came together and blocked the way of Jian Wushuang and Wuzhua and said in a cold tone, "This fellow Taoist, who destroyed my Qianshui Xing for no reason, looked down on our brothers. It's just some rubbish. There's no need to be so serious." Wuzhua scratched his ears, his tone indifferent. One of the 2 saints, the great sage Li Tian, has the most fiery temper. Hearing that Qian Mercury is trash, he will act immediately. But he was stopped by the great sage Feng Tian next to him. However, the complexion was pulled down, and the voice became sullen. The 2 of them hadn't shot for a long time after diving for such a long time. I didn't expect to meet such a disrespectful person. Fellow Taoist is quite right what was destroyed is indeed rubbish, but we have to see whose it is. The great sage Fengshen's tone was cold, and the divine power on his body kept surging. It's been around 5 million. After hearing this, Wuzwa quickly made an embarrassed expression, waved his hand, and said, "I'm sorry, it's my problem. When I just cleaned the garbage, I forgot to send the two of you away together." "Gu you?" The great sage Litian couldn't hold it any longer and shot directly. Too deceiving. Before the opponent made a move, Wuzwa had already made his move. The power of the realm king exploded directly. Divine power directly reached 6 million. One person suppressed Qianshui Shuangxing, wandering with divine power. He also destroyed a lot of the remaining half of Qianshui City. This scene scared the crowd watching the lively and quickly backed away. But still some unlucky did not have time to escape and were swept into the crack of time and space by the vortex of divine power. The divine body directly turned into powder. Standing on the spot, Jian Wushuang covered his mouth, coughed dryly, and said to himself, "It's too rude to do this." It may be that Wuzwa lost to him, and he is a little resentful. Now he is venting his anger with Qianshui Shuangxing. Wuzwa and Qianshui fought fiercely. Jian Wushuang was not idle either. His figure flashed to the void of Qian Mercury. "Dongsheng, Brother Wanyan, you still recognize me?" Seeing Jian Wushuang with no breath in front of him, Dongsheng and Wanyan did not dare to recognize each other. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, his eyes turned red. "Brother Wushuang, it's really you." Dongsheng was a little excited and rushed over. His eyes were full of traces of time. Millions of epochs have not seen each other. Although they are the first batch of fifth-order emperors in the original universe, they have not experienced too much. When you come to the ancient moon time and space, it is really the same as the second life. Zhenliang is because he couldn't bear the baptism of the years and finally wiped out his sincerity. Fortunately, Dongsheng and Wanyan are together, warning each other about themselves and their hometown. Only resisted until now. "I'm late." Jian Wushuang patted the two of them on the shoulders. There is sincerity in his eyes. Even if they forget the promise they once made, they will not be blamed. After all, hundreds of epochs have experienced, and the mentality has already changed. The three recognize each other. For a time, the memory was also pulled back to the thing about the Temple of Magic Sound. At that time, Dongsheng was the first to enter the Temple of Magic Sound. Later, it was Jian Wushuang and Wanyan. The three walked onto the single plank bridge together. Everything went by too fast. This, which of the 7 tribulations realm killers in the Gorfiend Hall saw Jian Wushuang's heart sinking and immediately told the news and sent it back to the Gorfiend Hall. He wasn't stupid either, seeing Jian Wushuang walking out of the pyramid. Wus will beat up 2 strong people in the 8 tribulations realm alone. Then Jian Wushuang will not be too bad. Naturally, he did not dare to make another move. Even wanted to leave without saying a word. Humph! The moment he wanted to leave, he was shocked by Jian Wushuang's thought power. With a cold snort, the 7 tribulations realm powerhouse was directly set in the void. This brought a lot of surprise to Dongsheng and Wanyan. Jian Wushuang said solemnly, "Should I help you kill him?" Although he suppressed the killing now. Swords are rarely used, but will not be soft-hearted. Since they had hunted down Dongsheng and Wanyan, they wouldn't let them slip away so easily. He condensed 2 groups of life force and injected them into Dongsheng and Wanyan's bodies and said indifferently, "Don't be under pressure. Look at the northern time and space. No one can threaten us now." Chapter 5976. This sounded extremely arrogant, but it also depends on who said it. Jian Wushuang is qualified to say so. Looking at the northern time and space, he really is not afraid of anyone who dares to threaten him. He's also a miserable man. He's just the killer of the Gorfine Palace. Let him go. When Dongsheng spoke, there were vicissitudes in his eyes. The two of them were also the killers of the Gorfine Temple, but also forced helpless. Controlled by the Gorfine Temple, later, because of a mission, he was going to kill a mysterious woman. When the two of them were about to start, the blood drop in their bodies was removed by which woman, and they left the Golem Palace. Which woman is the one they both protect? The plain-clothed woman standing beside her looked ordinary, but her colorful eyes contained a mysterious aura that was hard to detect. Jian Wushuang already knew about Dongsheng and Wanyan and Wuzhua. After glancing at the mysterious woman, his heart moved slightly, as if he had seen through the secrets in his body. But it didn't say it out. Instead, he turned his head to look at the killer of the Gorfine Temple frozen in the void, and said coldly, "You don't have blood droplets in your body. Although my brother can't bear to kill you, he can't escape the crime." Jian Wushuang's eyes burst out with a dazzling light, which directly shattered the divine body of the old man, but it was not fatal. But losing a lot of vitality as a robbery realm is tantamount to losing half of your life. Still irreversible. Even so, the killer of the 7 tribulations realm in the Gorfine Temple still trembled and respectfully said, "Thank you for not killing the seniors. Go away." Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows frivolously, not looking at each other. He didn't have a good opinion of these killers. It makes sense if it is forced. Since he is obedient, he must be punished. Gorfine Palace. Blood drop. That was a very powerful enslavement method, and it was actually cracked by a mysterious woman. No wonder the Gorfine Palace sent a 7 tribulation realm powerhouse to hunt down Wanyan and Dongsheng. It was Dongsheng who had left a hand with Wanyan at the beginning, and every action hid his true strength. To be able to escape all the way to Qian Mercury, if they knew the true strength of Dongsheng and the others, the Gorfine Palace would have dispatched more powerful killers long ago. The killer of the Gorfine Palace is divided into 4 stages: man, earth, heaven, God. A human-level killer, mainly responsible for the tasks below the robbery. The ground level includes the first 6 culpas of the robbery, Dongsheng, and the others were the top killers at the beginning. The heaven rank is the 7 tribulations realm. The level is the 8 tribulations realm. However, that kind of killer generally does not belong to the Gorfine Temple. Most are still partnerships. If a god-level killer is needed, then the mission target may also be a powerhouse in the 8 tribulations realm. Every time that kind of task appears, it will cause a lot of commotion in the eternal realm of heaven. Of course, the 8 tribulations realm, which can be killed by an assassin, is not much stronger. At most, it is the same level as the Shuangxing Qianshui. Divine power is worth more than 5 million. It is only the threshold powerhouse at the top of the 8 tribulations realm. It can be done by dispatching 2 real top experts in the 8 tribulations realm. The premise is that the opponent's background is not enough to win. When I first heard about it, Jian Wushuang felt a little weird. But after thinking about the current life force, I understand. If you take out a large amount of life force as a reward, are you afraid that the powerhouse of the 8 tribulations realm will not be tempted? The Gorfine Temple just made a profit from it. The top killers pass through the platform of the Gorfine Hall. Some people earn treasures by going out and about. Some people use their wrists. The hall master of the Gorfine Hall was like that. Come on, let's talk inside. There are many people here, and it is not a place to talk. He didn't want outsiders to know about the original universe. Otherwise, it will add a lot of trouble. You still have to solve your own problems. What's more, he has the ability to solve it. If you don't want to do it, take out the power of life, and ask dozens of 8 tribulations realm to do it. But that's not necessary. Lost the original strong heart. Well, after Dongsheng and others brought them into the pyramid, he turned to Wuzhua, who was still fighting, and said, "It's time to go. Forget it. Fighting with these two is really boring." Wuzhua breathed away after speaking, but the speed suddenly exploded, turning into a streamer and appearing below the pyramid. Together with Jian Wushuang, he was included in the pyramid. The back-and-forth battle was only a quarter of an hour. At the beginning, it looked quite violent. It stopped suddenly, and many people did not respond. Qian Shui Shuangxing let out a sigh of relief and was beaten by a 7 tribulation realm universe master, which was not a good feeling. Not only did the two of them suffer a lot of injuries, but they also lost their faces. Was beaten by a 7 tribulation realm. The key is to lose 2 and 1. The prestige accumulated for countless years is gone. The many powerhouses seen from the void are talking about the mysterious powerhouses in the pyramid. Dongsheng and Wanyan are also somewhat famous in Tiansong Eternal Realm, and they are recognized by many people. They have speculated about the relationship between the 2 powerhouses in the pyramid. The battle in the Qianshui star territory soon spread throughout the eternal world of heaven. Jian Wushuang has no interest in this at all. Inside the pyramid, he can also see everything in the outside world. The corner of his mouth is slightly raised. He raises his hand, manipulates the pyramid, and rams directly into Qian Mercury. The infinite pyramid of power directly smashed thousands of Mercury into pieces. Wuzhua passed through the pyramid tower and transmitted a voice to the outside world. "Ha! I said that next time I will definitely sweep up all the garbage." With that said, the explosion of divine power shook the fragments of Qian Mercury into powder. The pyramid only stayed for a moment, and then it shone on the ruins of Qian Mercury and completely disappeared in front of everyone. Only Qian Shui Shuangxing, whose eyes were in a daze, remained. The two of them were almost off. Damn! Great Sage Feng Tian clenched his fists. The Great Sage Litian was a person with a hot temper, and he even roared, shattering the surrounding space. "Wait for me. When I step on the power of resurrection, I will definitely avenge today's revenge." The two of them still don't know that on the road to resurrection in the future, they will really meet Jian Wushuang and others. But at that time, they still couldn't get revenge. Pyramid at full speed. Head towards the Tiansong Palace, the core of the Eternal Realm. The second thing to do this time is to repair the pyramid. At the same time, after arriving at Tiansong Palace, there was another person who was not too familiar, waiting for them. The Emperor of Light and Shadow. It should now be called the Lord of Light and Shadow. When Dongsheng and Wanyan arrived in the eternal realm of heaven, they were held hostage by the Gorfiend temple. They didn't know that the Lord of Light and Shadow was also in this time and space. He is actually not familiar with the inheritor who used to be in the same batch as Jian Wushuang. Just know that the other party's heart is very high. Chapter 59-77. Speaking of which, he and the Lord of Light and Shadow are the first generation inheritors of the Qi Temple. The roots are red. It's just that I don't know each other very well, so I can take the other party with me when the pyramid is repaired. Inside the pyramid, the 4 of them sat on the ground, surrounded by empty jugs. The mysterious woman poured wine for the 4 of them, very quiet, and didn't say a word. Jian Wushuang, the 4 of them, said a lot by drinking alcohol. Say everything about yourself. Compared with him and Wuzhua, Dongsheng and Wanyan's chances are much worse. And more bitter. Jian Wushuang's only grievance is to marry Jin Chen and become a door-to-door son-in-law. Later, it was calculated by the Empress, and she resisted everything by herself. Fortunately, the subsequent outbreak solved everything. Also has highlights. Wuzwa said nothing. Originally, I thought that Fan Tianfeng had the best luck, but in the end, it turned out that Wuzwa had the best luck. Apprentice to the real king, walking sideways in the entire northern time and space. Opportunities are constant, and treasures are not lacking at all. The opportunities for Dongsheng and Wanyan require the greatest effort, even oppression. In the realm king's purgatory, the two of them suffered all the way. Fortunately, the strength increased quickly, and the bottlenecks were broken one by one. Soon became the master of the universe. Later, he was moved to the eternal realm of heaven, and after being targeted by the people of the Gorfiend Palace, he became the killer of the Gorfiend Palace. Once you stay in the Gorfiend Palace, it is a million era. People are getting numb. If it weren't for the mysterious woman they met, both of them would be unable to bear it. Every mission, though, they can complete. But in order to hide his strength, he will be injured. Almost every time they came back from the mission, the two suffered a lot of injuries. The torment of the spirit is great. Fortunately, I met the mysterious woman and removed the blood droplets from their bodies for both of them. Just got freedom. After Jian Wushuang heard the detailed experience, he took the initiative to raise his glass and apologize. My problem is that I am late. After speaking, he drank the spirits in one gulp without wrapping them in divine power and let the spirits flow down his throat into his body. After feeling a scorching numbness all over his body, he recovered. The wine was brought by Wuzwa, and it is the treasure of the realm king. It has great strength, but it can also help their gods a lot. Each sip can increase hundreds of gods. You must know that Jian Wushuang's divine body is 5 million. One sip can add hundreds, and one pot can add tens of thousands. In the outside world, it is a rare treasure of divine power, and its value is not small. Wushuang, don't say that. Wanyan hurriedly waved her hand to interrupt, and now she is completely free. With joy on her face, she looked up at the woman who poured the wine. Her eyes were full of light. If you came earlier, maybe I want meet night girl. When he first saw them, Jian Wushuang knew that Wanyan and this woman must be secretly in love. Now that he takes the initiative to say it, he is not surprised. Now that we have talked about this, Jian Wushuang is refreshed. This mysterious woman's surname is Yi. He wasn't even more surprised, because there is a causal connection with each other. The other party is also a practitioner of the ancient moon space-time, and he is still the home of the night and night. After he killed the young master of the Yi family, he had a causal connection with the Yi family, but he can cut off this cause and effect at any time. It's just not necessary. Although this girl's surnamed Yi was born in Yes family, there was no hatred in the causal connection between him and the other party. Obviously, the other party is also at odds with the Night family. Otherwise, the causal line between the two should be read. Fortunately, there is no hate value above cause and effect. Otherwise, he doubted whether he was infected with some kind of bad luck and killed people at will attract a lot of enemies. Jiangshang and Broly are the best proof. But since it is not a blood feud causality line, there is no need to mention this matter. Pretending to be ignorant, he asked, "Brother Wanyan, you keep saying it, and don't introduce it first. Look at my memory." Wanyan patted her forehead, stretched out her hand to pull the hand of the woman, surnamed Yi, stood up solemnly, and said, "She is Yi Lingxiao, just like us. They all come from Guyu time and space, and they are also my benefactors and Taoist companions." In the past, he didn't break through this relationship, but now he really has no worries. He took this opportunity to say it in one fell swoop. Dongsheng was the first to let out a smile, very happy for Wanyan. before the Qixin Temple appeared. The two were both fifth-order emperors of the original universe, and there was something wrong with them at the beginning. Later, because of the Qixin Temple, two people who didn't have a lot of dishes came together, and it was all because of the Magic Sound Temple. They all worship the Magic Sound General, enter the ancient moon time and space together. It was also arranged by the Realm King. Become life and death brothers. Now that I see the life and death brothers, I have a second spring, and I have found a Taoist companion. I am naturally very happy for him. Jian Wushuang and Wus were also blessed together. Everyone riding on the pyramid talked all the way. It was just Yi Lingxiu's secret that Jian Wushuang did not mention, because that thing is complicated, and in no hurry. There's no need to say it now. Since the other party didn't tell Wan Yan, there's no need for him to worry. In the future, if necessary, he can also help. Why pursue other people's privacy to ask? Rather embarrassing. After talking about the past, everyone talked about the future. Battle of Return. From the moment it has entered the official stage. After going to Qiansong Palace, you must also start preparing some treasures. Just in case. From the ancient moon time and space, it will also take a long time for Ukanshu, Kam, to return to the original universe. At that time, you can use that time to practice. Also prepare some treasures to deal with the death. This Wuzhua is relatively good, and also a big dog. Full power is left to him. Jian Wushuang is here to repair the pyramid. This treasure will become his key treasure for a long time in the future. Escape, save, suppress. All are one-of-kind treasures. The most important thing is to give birth to life. With his origin universe, it would be perfect. Now the beings in his origin universe have reached the level of all things, but they are all special beings and cannot breed. It is a pity that he is not the of life, and there is not much research in this area. Otherwise, he has to come up with a clan. In this endless starry sky, branches and leaves are scattered. Talking all the way, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the boundary of Qiansong Palace. These days, there are many rumors about the pyramid in the eternal world of heaven, especially the story of the 7 tribulations realm beating 2 people in the 8th tribulation realm. The rumors are amazing. So many people are paying attention to this matter because Wu's was battle with the 2 8 tribulations realm concealed Jian Wushuang's rescue of the 3 cultivators wanted by the Gorfiend Temple. Outsiders don't know, but the Gorfiend Palace already knew about it. Chapter 5978, Chapter 5983, Lord of the Gorfiend, and it has already spread to the Lord of the Gorfiend. In the core of the eternal realm of the sky, there is a star field. There is a blood demon star in the star field, where is the core of the Gorfiend Temple. The Gorfiend Hall is also located here, on the planet, the top of a towering, majestic mountain. The infamous Gorfiend Temple is located here. Around the hall, blood-colored aura surrounds. It is somewhat similar to the blood sacrifice of the eternal family. However, the blood-colored aura here is more intense. Bloody aura is constantly leaking in the hall. If an ordinary strong person is contaminated, it will be seriously injured by blood, and it will fall. However, the blood-colored armor worn by the guards here is completely immune to the blood-colored breath. Inside the hall, a crimson. There are no decorations. Only in the center there is a blood fountain. In the bright red spring water, there is a generous back. If you look carefully, you can see the broad back with ghosts. The back is bathed in the blood fountain. Beside the spring, there was an old man in red robes standing, not saying a word. What happened to the investigation? A voice came from the spring. The red-robed old man, standing beside him, hurriedly bowed. Palace Master, I have already checked it out. That pyramid is from the ancient moon space-time. Snapped. Blood splattered. The broad back stood up, and a black robe suddenly appeared on his body. Hearing the old man's report obviously disturbed his mood. In the beginning, I still underestimated her. The back turned slowly, revealing a very heroic face, with slightly horned facial features, broad eyebrows, and a full forehead. Is a rare handsome man. This person is the hall master of the Gorfiend temple. The red-robed old man's expression changed, and then he said, "Palace master, Yi Lingxiao is also from the ancient moon time and space. I am afraid that these two things will be related in some way. Do I need your reminder?" The Gorfiend palace master snorted coldly. "What I have to do now is to find that pyramid and kill her. Understand?" The red-robed old man hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. "There are two people with unknown strengths in the pyramid of the temple master. I am afraid it is difficult to handle." "Then find it out first, and I'll do it myself." "Yes." The red-robed old man did not dare to say more, and hurriedly left the blood-colored hall. After a while, he turned back again. "The information of the Gorfiend palace is too fast. As soon as I went down, I received the location of the pyramid. The lord of the Gorfiend was also surprised. He didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Tiansong Palace." After hearing the location, the Gorfiend hall master sneered. "Move now." The Gorfiend palace rose into the sky. This hall, sitting here for hundreds of millions of years, has not left for a long time. Every time the Gorfiend temple leaves the Scarlet Star territory, it will be a slaughter. Even in Tiansong Palace, the Gorfiend palace master still chose to do it. If it were the other 5 peak forces, he might still hesitate. But in Tiansong Palace, this is not necessary. Boom. The rising Gorfiend palace, the power was instantly activated, and in a flash, it left the star field and walked towards the Tiansong Palace. As for Yi Lingxiao, the Gorfiend hall master is determined. "The last time I was careless. I didn't do it myself. The result was so much trouble. The reason why I didn't do it myself was actually a scruple. The Gorfiend hall master personally took action to catch a woman who had no background in the 5 tribulations realm, which would definitely attract the attention of many people. But now, there is no need for that. Because he was working in Tiansong Palace, he had someone to clean up this mess for him. This is also the reason why the Gorfiend Palace has a very bad reputation, but no one dares to touch the Gorfiend Palace. In the sky of the sky, Pyramid has slowed down. After all, this place is an ancient site that cannot be arbitrarily intruded. This time, they are begging each other. Face is a must. Wu Zhuo felt that Jian Wushuang was too careful. Now, as long as you take out the power of life, that is the father of the other party. Jian Wushuang advocates his own point of view. When dealing with the strong, you still have to have the heart of a venerable one. Can't walk respectfully. Perhaps the realm king had great favors for the 3 ancient existences. As a disciple of the realm king, Wu Zhuo dared to do this. But Jian Wushuang is different. In addition to his life force, he is also an ordinary person who has reached the top of the 8 tribulations realm. There is no way to become a dude like Wu Zhuo. The pyramid walked slowly towards the Tiansong Palace, and it attracted a lot of onlookers. In the Heavenly Tsang domain, not all the practitioners of the Heavenly Tsang Palace. There are also Tianjiao from all over the world, as well as the powerhouses of the robbery. They were very curious when they saw the pyramid appear here. They all speculated whether the pyramid was the treasure of a certain super genius in Tiansong Palace. After all, the 7 tribulations realm leapfrogged the 8 tribulations realm, and that was definitely something that only a top genius could do. It's still the kind of move that no one has ever seen before, and no one has come since. Jian Wushuang and the others never thought that the battle would attract so many people's attention. You know, Jian Wushuang's Six Tribulations realm can still compete with Qi Jiuxiao. Why didn't it cause such a big shock at that time? Brother Wuzhua, how do you feel after becoming famous in the first battle? Dongsheng held the wine glass and looked at the many powerful people outside the pyramid attracted by the outside world. Look, there are quite a few girls out there. This remark caused Wang Yan to laugh. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged to the side, ignoring their frolic. Instead, he is cultivating his own source starry sky. And to further improve their super-eternity, it is still a little difficult to cultivate super-eternal transformation to consummation, and now it has reached a bottleneck. It's not that easy to break through. Once completeness is reached, with his super-eternal transformation can almost double his divine power. It's 2 million now. After reaching the super-eternal transformation after consummation, it will be able to increase to 6 million. Coupled with the amplification of the source universe, it is easy to raise the combat power to the top level of the 8 Tribulations realm. This is not even a star catalog. It is far from enough to be able to play against the peak of the 8 Tribulations. To deal with extinction, must be fully prepared. Otherwise, you are in danger of dying. Weiss wasn't by his side now. He has nothing behind, and his second primordial spirit is also in the Qi temple. If dead, that's really dead. When there is pressure, there is endless motivation. Even if you have a little time, you must seize it and practice. But this piece was shattered when he just fell into cultivation. Out of respect for the heavenly Tsang Palace, he did not use his mind power to cover too much. So much so that a threatening force arrived in front of him before he realized it. A touch of blood came, the black robe fluttered, and the handsome Gore-fiend palace master took one step and stopped the pyramid. Jian Wushuang's psychic power did not manipulate the pyramid. It is impossible to be stopped. The Gore-fiend hall master forcibly stopped the pyramid. This is also because the pyramid has not activated its peak power. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, 79. Otherwise, you won't be stopped. But none of this matters. The Lord of the Gore-fiend suddenly came. Immediately, the surrounding powerhouses held their breaths. The biggest devil in the eternal realm of the sky, the Gore-fiend hall master, who made countless people terrified, actually came here and stopped the pyramid. One is a veteran, and the other is famous because of Qian Mercury. The two sides collided. In an instant, the entire Tiansong eternal world was ignited. I remembered someone mentioned that there was a young man with a sword in the pyramid back then. He rescued the 2 traitors who were chased by the Gore-fiend temple. It seems that some time ago, the famous Dongsheng and Wang Yan, a well-informed strong man in the crowd, instantly pointed out the reason for the fight between the 2 sides. Hearing this reason, everyone still did not buy it, and they retorted, just because of the 2 masters of the universe in the 6 Tribulations realm, how could it be possible for the Lord of the Gore-fiend to take action in person? This book Buddha obviously doesn't make sense. Forget about them bystanders. Even Wang Yan and Dongsheng of the parties felt incredible. I saw the Lord of the Gore-fiend appear. His face turned pale instantly. Wuzhua didn't care, then turned his head and said, "You may not know my true identity. Don't be afraid. It'll settle him." Jian Wushuang also cooperated to open the pyramid. The Lord of the Gore-fiend Palace, that is the Lord of the universe in the 8 Tribulations realm, the existence of supernatural power, absolutely the pinnacle of power. Against this big devil, you can only win by face. Wuzhua gestured towards the crowd, and then shouted at the Gore-fiend hall master, "Do you know my identity?" After speaking, He jumped out of the pyramid and took the initiative to rush towards the Gore-fiend Hallmaster. Not only Dongsheng and Wanyan were shocked by this scene. Even those bystanders frowned. Everyone thought Wuzhua was crazy, a master of the universe of the seven tribulations, taking the initiative to find trouble with the master of the universe of the eight tribulations. Beating the two scattered tribulations in the eight tribulations realm can be justified. This is a challenge to leapfrog the Lord of the universe of the eight tribulations. That would be too arrogant. The Gore-fiend Palace Master was also stunned. He didn't know Wuzhua. He didn't go to Wanlu Shinmu at the time. Because I'm not interested. He is the Lord of the universe and has no shortage of life force. No shortage of treasures. Naturally, he didn't know Wuzhua's identity either. In fact, those who know Wuzhua's identity are the three ancient existences. No one else knew who he was. He just rushed over like that. The Lord of the Gore-fiend will naturally not keep his hands. With his hand as a blade, he raised his hand and slammed Wuzhua, who was rushing into the distance. It stopped after knocking down several majestic mountains. Has he always been so brave? The Gore-fiend Palace Master thought that the other party had some means, but he didn't expect it to be like that. It looks like the power of more than 6 million. Under normal circumstances, he can really beat him easily. Fortunately, Wuzhua has enough treasures, and his defense is amazing. Otherwise, he will lose half his life if he doesn't die. After standing up again from the pile of boulders, Wuzhua roared. After becoming the real disciple of the real king, he has never eaten such a slack. The realm king also protected him very well. Although tempered, they are also equal opponents. I have met the real lord of the eight tribulations realm universe. The shot is so ruthless. Wiping the blood sacrifice on his face, Wuzhua was also woken up by this blow. After thinking about it, this is the Tiansong domain, and immediately sent a voice transmission to which ancient existence, Tiansong. If you can't beat it, move people. Although he is arrogant, he will not report the name of the realm king at will. Sound transmission takes time, and it takes even more time to arrive. Still need someone to go to the top. In fact, you can hide in the pyramid. Jian Wushuang still does not believe that the other party can break through this pyramid. It is a pity that the current pyramid cannot absorb the attack. Otherwise, the stronger the opponent's attack, the more it will absorb. Wuzhua, come back. He waved, and a metal plate below the pyramid took the initiative to take Wuzhua back. Dodging is not his style. If it was Qi Jiuxiao outside, he could endure it. But a master of the universe in the eight tribulations realm is not enough to let him hide, do not fight. The other party came here to intercept. It was something he didn't expect. But he understood what the Gore-fiend Palace Master meant. Yi Lingxiao has a secret in his body. The blood-colored aura of the Lord God of the Gore-fiend Temple is very similar. Came for this, but dare to block them in the sky. That's a bit insane. It does not give any face to the eternal existence. Could it be that you are betting on an ancient existence that is not in the heavenly Song territory? After moving his shoulders, Jian Wushuang didn't think too much and explained to Wuzhua, I will meet him when I go out, don't come out. Unparalleled. Wanyan looked a little anxious. After talking in the past few days, they also know that Jian Wushuang is only the master of the universe of the six tribulations realm. Going out now is too dangerous. Even if Jian Wushuang's strength is against the sky, he can fight by leaps and bounds. But this is too much. Yi Lingxiao, who was standing on the side, had his eyes shaking at this time, and just before Jian Wushuang went out, he took the initiative to say, Wait. Jian Wushuang stopped, but only hesitated for a moment, and left after leaving a sentence, Wait me back. With such a simple sentence, everyone felt at ease. Jian Wushuang exited the pyramid with a smile on his face. At the last moment, Yi Lingxiao was able to stop him. Enough. If you keep hiding it, you can doubt the character of the other party. At this critical moment, I am willing to take the initiative to say that has proved my character. This is also to test the other party's bottom line. Now it seems that Wanyan's eyesight is good. It's enough to leave it to him. Even if he can't beat it, he can return to the pyramid to hide. You can leave at any time, or you can continue to walk towards Tiansong Palace. Dominance is in Jian Wushuang. So don't panic at all. The Gorfiend Palace master saw a man with a sword appearing suddenly, and knew that this was the ancient moon space-time powerhouse who rescued Yi Lingxiao. Hand over her. I can spare you. Jian Wushuang snorted coldly. I want you. Are you qualified? As soon as these words came out, the Gorfiend Hall Master was no longer blocking the pyramid, facing Jian Wushuang at a distance, raised his head and laughed, talking to him about qualifications. This is the first time he has heard people talk to him. Those bystanders also looked at Jian Wushuang at this time, but he couldn't feel the details of Jian Wushuang. The same goes for the Gorfiend Hall Master. However, he had an intuition telling him that Jian Wushuang's divine power was not that strong. This feeling cannot be blocked, unless it's Protoss, like Weiss, become a transparent person. Powerful, yet terrifyingly terrifying. That level, Jian Wushuang is completely unimaginable. The Gorfiend Hall Master and those bystanders have never seen the so-called Protoss. Therefore, I felt that Jian Wushuang should have used some kind of heaven-defying treasure to cover up his aura. Chapter 5980. They are all waiting for Jian Wushuang to explode. The same goes for the Gorfiend Hall Master. Even Wuzhou was beaten to the ground with one move. Jian Wushuang still dared to fight. Many people still have a lot of confidence in him. The Gorfiend Palace Master was also very curious about Jian Wushuang's strength. Through the information network of the Gorfiend Temple, he did not find out the details of Jian Wushuang. As for Guyu Time and Space, he knew several well-known experts in the Eight Tribulations realm. For example, the Shunmu King, who created the ancient Wood sect again. Although it is a scattered robbery, it has followed the new of life. And the divine power that has been exposed recently has easily surpassed 15 million. It is the top powerhouse in the entire northern time and space. There is also Sect Master Guyu, the master of the universe of the Eight Tribulations realm, the ruler of the ancient moon time and space. The strength is even more unfathomable. Apart from these people, Guyu Shikong has nothing to make him jealous. For Jian Wushuang, an unfamiliar powerhouse, all he has is curiosity. But the bottom of my heart also gave a limit. The lowest level is the Eight Tribulations realm. Wuzhou is the master of the Seven Tribulations realm universe, and his combat power can reach the top level of the Eight Tribulations realm. The former were defeated. Dare to fight him. Then Jian Wushuang's strength must be at least the top of the Eight Tribulations realm, even the peak of the Eight Tribulations realm. Under everyone's curious eyes, Jian Wushuang's breath introverted and disappeared. Divine power and origin are fully revealed. 1.5 million divine power. The realm of the Six Tribulations realm. Show no intention. If it were ordinary people who saw Jian Wushuang in this state, they might be surprised. Surprised that the divine power of a Six Tribulation realm can have 1.5 million. The source has reached the level of the Eight Tribulations. Now, there are people who are surprised too. Just surprised that Jian Wushuang is too weak. The weak have no self-knowledge. A Six Tribulation realm, even if the divine power has 1.5 million, the origin is comparable to the master of the universe in the Eight Tribulation realm. But also to see who it is. That is the Lord of the Gorfiend. Everyone watching the battle from a distance couldn't help breaking a cold sweat for Jian Wushuang. Six Tribulations realm. Is he crazy? Many people couldn't help exclaiming. I thought Wuzhua was crazy enough. A master of the universe of the seven tribulations took the initiative to attack the master of the universe of the eight tribulations. Now, after seeing the true strength of Jian Wushuang, they just understood. It's a little tricky. Those who come out of the pyramid are getting weaker and weaker. Let this peak matchup seem a bit childish. When the Gore-fiend Palace Master saw Jian Wushuang in this state, he was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing. Are you going to beat me with your eyes? That being said, in my heart I am guessing Jian Wushuang's trump card. A master of the Six Tribulations realm universe dare to fight him. Is the background or really stupid? He is not afraid of the background. Stupid, don't be afraid. In the eternal realm of heaven, he never worried about being suppressed by someone else's background. Jian Wushuang was suspended in the air, not paying attention to those eyes at all. It's really a little weak. He couldn't help shaking his head. Several people in the pyramid were also worried about Jian Wushuang. Gu, is Brother Wushuang crazy? How dare he? Dongsheng couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Jian Wushuang, who was calm and composed. Wuzhou was also a little worried at this time. Although he knew that Jian Wushuang was stronger than himself, his strength was limited. However, he still comforted everyone. Don't worry, I have already sent the voice transmission to Tian-sang, and I will be here later. This Gore-fiend Palace Master will not be around for long. The three people who were somewhat vague about the Realm King and the ancient existence could only nod their heads. Outside world, the blood-colored storm began to sweep. Don't talk nonsense. If you only have this ability, then prepare to die. The Lord of the Gore-fiend raised his hand to gather a blood-colored storm and rushed towards Jian Wushuang. The core of the blood-colored storm has more than 8 million divine powers. It is enough to strangle the top powerhouses of the eight tribulations realm. As soon as the storm came out, everyone thought that Jian Wushuang would definitely die. Even Wuzhua and others in the pyramid held their breath. They start to reminisce in an instant, recalling the sword Wushuang has no crazy things. I was worried that Jian Wushuang had really killed himself. If it fell like that, it would be too embarrassing. Most of those bystanders are ordinary powerhouses. Although they cannot see how powerful the divine power contained in the blood-colored storm is, they also understand that with this blow, the ordinary eight tribulations realm will fall. He's going to fall. It's too crazy hiding in that pyramid. Maybe you can resist for a while. You have to die to provoke the Gore-fiend Palace Master. This time is really over. Now, it's not that Jian Wushuang is not optimistic, but that Jian Wushuang can't catch a single move, and he will fall. Even Wuzhou would probably fall. The Gore-fiend Palace Master didn't think so much, and with a casual blow, he was already determined to kill Jian Wushuang. Moreover, I also felt that I was stunned by the Lord of the Six Tribulations realm universe in front of me, and I was a little angry, and the shot was even more ruthless. Just under the watchful eyes of countless people, a miracle is happening. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and let out a low roar. And the aura on his body suddenly changed dramatically. A blue breath burst out from within the body, and the arc flickered and burst into a huge ball. The divine power also exploded from 5 million to more than 5 million in an instant. At the same time, an elliptical universe descended. Divine power surged again, reached 7 million. Facing the blood-colored storm, he slowly raised his hand. Clang! The sword of 10,000 tribulations came out. With just one sword, the blood-colored storm was split into two pieces. It was extremely easy to break the random move of the Gorfiend Hallmaster. This scene stunned everyone. The Lord of the Gorfiend was unbelievable. For countless years, let alone read it, never heard of such existence. A master of the universe of the six tribulations realm can reach the top level of the eight tribulations realm with a single sword. It is rumored that the Lord of the eight tribulations realm universe can find a wall and kill him. Who are you? The Gorfiend Palace Master frowned, thinking of the mysterious place in the North time and space. World God Continent, where have the three eternal beings entered? There are also quite a few legendary eight tribulation realms who have also cultivated in that place. To enter the World God Continent, a World God token is required. This kind of thing is not something you can get by wanting to get it. Even if it exists forever, there is only one. It is impossible to bring other people into the World God Continent. So that place seems extremely mysterious in the eight tribulations realm. Not only did only the eight tribulations enter, it was rumored that not long ago there was also a seven tribulations universe master who left the realm God Continent and entered the northern time and space. But this is also not equal to Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang defies the sky, he is still the master of the universe in the six tribulations realm. Not only, there is also a cosmic dojo. If you don't make a move, you will be amazed by everyone. Just the fact that the six tribulations realm can come to the Cosmos Dojo shocked everyone. Cosmic Dojo, Chapter 5981, that is the need to move the origin universe into the divine body. The eight tribulations realm can do it. The principle is actually very simple. It is the origin universe of divine sports, which has reached a state of high coincidence. The Lord of the universe, who is lower than the eight tribulations realm, cannot do it, just because of that. Now, a master of the universe in the six tribulations realm can do this. Many people can't accept it, especially the Lord of the seven tribulations realm universe, around Jian Wushuang and the Gorfiend Hallmaster. Countless strong people have gathered. Many are the powerhouses of Tiansong Palace. Even the eight tribulations realm has come. It's just that none of the powerhouses in Tiansong Palace came out to stop them. After Wu's will pass the news. In fact, Tiansong had already rushed here. But it will take some time. Moreover, Wu's voice transmission didn't make it clear, and he didn't know that they were in the Sky Tsong territory. Speaking of which, it's all to blame for the Shinmu King. The founder of the school established a faction, dragged the three ancient existences, and gave himself a card face. Otherwise, Tiansong would have returned to Tiansong Eternal Realm long ago. While rushing back, he also transmitted a voice to the Gorfiend Hallmaster. Don't touch them. The simple 5 words made the Gorfiend Hallmaster dare not make another move. Even if Tiansong didn't have a voice transmission to warn him, he didn't dare to make another move. The strength revealed by Jian Wushuang is actually the same, but on a master of the six tribulations realm universe, that is amazing. The six tribulations realm is so strong. How big is the background? Therefore, the Gorfiend Hall master asked Jian Wushuang's identity when he opened his mouth. Jian Wushuang seemed very calm. It's just a nameless boy. It's not worth mentioning. As he spoke, he took back the sword of myriad tribulations. The sword just now shocked everyone. The Lord of the Gorfiend is also not taking action. He doesn't need to hold it anymore. Nameless boy. The Gorfiend Palace master gritted his teeth, and he wanted to make a move, but he did not dare to disobey Tainkang's orders. Yiling Xiao. Greed appeared in the eyes of the Gorfiend Hallmaster. Greed conquers fear. I didn't shoot Jian Wushuang, and I didn't say that I wouldn't let others shoot. He knew Yiling Xiao's background. Without any scruples, just bypassed Jian Wushuang. If it really doesn't work, he will suppress Jian Wushuang first. But Yi Lingxiao must catch it. Since you don't want to say it, then this hall doesn't ask, but Yi Lingxiao must be mine. After the Gore-fiend hall master finished speaking, his figure flashed, bypassing Jian Wushuang and rushing towards the pyramid at a very fast speed. Jian Wushuang was unmoved by this. Even like watching a fool, watching the Gore-fiend palace master keep shooting at the pyramid, Wu Zhuo and others inside the pyramid saw the Gore-fiend hall master who was constantly attacking the pyramid, but not only did they not feel any divine aura, they didn't even shake. The sound of the attack was also isolated. The interior is still as quiet as ever. There is no threat whatsoever. Although Wu Zhuo and the others had confidence in the pyramid, they did not expect the defense to be so amazing. Those bystanders did not understand why the Gore-fiend palace master bypassed Jian Wushuang and continued to attack the pyramid. Among them, there are strong people who can see through, and said indifferently, although the lord of the Gore-fiend is not afraid of anyone in the eternal realm, he also has scruples. It is also a wise choice not to take action against any mysterious swordsman. To steal people. This time, many people nodded along with them. It sounds like there is some truth to this. Jian Wushuang was even more relaxed on this side, and simply stood in the distance as a spectator watched the Gore-fiend palace master attack the pyramid. The blood-colored storm continued to sweep. The power of Gu Xinli quickly exceeded 10 million. The peak combat power of the Gore-fiend hall master is about 12 million. It is already the peak combat power of the 8 Tribulations realm. But it can't shake the pyramid in the slightest. This made the heart of the Gore-fiend hall master even more broken. First, there was a kendo in the 6 Tribulations realm that erupted into the peak of the 8 Tribulations realm. And then again, this silver pyramid. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't shake it. If the regular attack didn't work, he mobilized the Gore-fiend temple. Want to suppress the pyramid. Gore Hall, it is a treasure at the peak of the 8 Tribulations realm. Suppressing ordinary treasures is not a problem. Even a treasure of the same rank can be suppressed and trapped. As long as he can suppress it, he can open this pyramid. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but remind, Gore-fiend hall master, don't waste your energy. This pyramid is the treasure of the 9 Tribulations realm. You can't suppress this pile of broken copper and iron. 9 Tribulations realm. The Gore-fiend hall master completely collapsed. No wonder he didn't move no matter how he attacked. The treasure of the 9 Tribulations realm. It would be strange if he could blow it away. What's more, the silver pyramid was created by the metal light brain of the South Dimension. In the Southern Dimension, metal life is dominant. The research on refining treasures is the most. This silver pyramid is still the top among the treasures of the 9 Tribulations realm. It is much more powerful than the 9 Tribulations realm supreme treasure in northern time and space. The Gore-fiend hall is mainly able to blast away, at least it is the peak of the 9 Tribulations realm. But in the northern time and space, where is the 9 Tribulations realm? Even the treasures of the 9 Tribulations realm are very few. This is not the Morwa time and space of Qi Temple. Morwa time and space can be time and space treasures. Or, because of the gods brought by annihilation, there are many treasures of the 9 Tribulations realm in the heavenly world of Wanlu universe. Even the treasure of time and space, such as watching the sky chessboard, actually calculate carefully. Jian Wushuang can calculate that Teacher Xian Yi is from the starry sky, because the sky-watching chessboard was originally in the starry sky. It was spread to Morwa time and space through the extinction of life, was first obtained by the first real king, and finally fell into his hands. Don't look at the 9 major time and space upstream. They are so much stronger than the time and space of Morwa. But there is no real treasure of time and space. Some are just the treasures of the universe at the level of the 9 tribulations. That was because of the world God continent. It came from the world God continent. So in terms of the treasure, it was still the original Morwa time and space. But it also brought unprecedented catastrophe. Destruction is a big problem. Oh, why bother? Jian Wushuang shook his head. Gorfine Hall Master, I have secured this person. Even if Senior Tiansong comes, you can't touch her. When the Gorfine Hall Master heard the word Tiansong, his expression changed, and he turned to look at Jian Wushuang with jealousy in his eyes. What followed was a huge blood-colored dojo. That is the origin dojo of the Gorfine Hall Master. That is the original universe. When the dojo came, the divine power of the Gorfine Hall Master erupted again. From 12 million to about 14 million, divine power shook the entire sky. If this place is not the core of the eternal world, I am afraid that time and space will be shattered. It's over. The main man of the Gorfine Temple is going crazy. Among the bystanders, a master of the 7 tribulations realm universe from Tiansong Palace couldn't help but retreat. Even the aftermath of the attack of the peak powerhouse of the 8 tribulations realm was too much for them to bear. For a while, everyone backed away again. Chapter 59-82. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but step back. This Gorfine Palace master has good potential. Why go after the blood? He couldn't help sighing. Yi Lingxiu's secret is probably only known to him and the Gorfine Palace master, because this blood-colored power helped him a lot. Casually impressed, what the Gorfine Temple mainly does is similar to his. They all want to use the power of blood to forcibly improve their basic divine power. The current basic divine power of the Gorfine Hall Master can reach the level of tens of millions. So much so that ordinary magical powers have no effect on him. It is necessary to obtain the magical power of the 9 tribulations realm. But in the northern time and space, there is no 9 tribulations realm. So he set his sights on the world God continent. The side of the world God continent will not work. Finally, he focused on the power of blood, to forcibly improve their basic divine power. Without the use of divine power, he wanted to raise his divine power to the limit of the 8 tribulations realm. This is also a method of cultivation. Jian Wushuang has a super eternity change, which can achieve the greatest increase. I don't know, I'm hungry when I'm full. I don't understand those powerhouses in the 8 tribulations realm who do not have peak divine power secrets. This is also normal. Not God after all. He could only watch the Gorfine Palace Lord attack the pyramid like crazy. Divine power kept pouring out. The Gorfine Hall Master attacked for a full quarter of an hour. I stopped until I was exhausted. The whole person is a little decadent. Am I really unable to surpass my father? The Gorfine Palace Master staggered back. Inside the pyramid, after Wuzwa saw this scene, he let out a long sigh. It seems to be giving up. Although they could not feel the power of the attack, they were also afraid that the other party could rush in. What is this? Dongsheng found that there was a blood-colored spar above the pyramid, which was constantly flickering. After hearing what Dongsheng said, Wuzwa also looked over. The red triangular spar keeps flickering, and the light is getting bigger and bigger. Isn't it unstoppable? Wuzwa's figure slowly rose, and after approaching it, he studied it carefully. He was worried that the pyramid would not be able to hold it, so he reached out and touched it. It's okay not to touch, but this touch made the pyramid vibrate. The silver pyramid that was originally allowed to attack by the Lord of the Gorfiend. At this moment, it suddenly shook. Not only Wu Zua and the others were shocked. Even Jian Wushuang from the outside world stared at it. His heart sank, and he quickly transmitted a voice to Wu Zua to ask about the inside of the pyramid. Red crystal. Jian Wushuang didn't know why after hearing Wu Zua's words. He also knew very little about the pyramids. When it is complete, he has only seen it a few times in the outside world. Later, when he entered the interior and killed the metal light brain, he didn't have time to study. Now there is a sudden change, and he can't stop what happened. You can only comfort Wu Zua and others. Don't touch things randomly. The Gore Fiend Hall Master showed a surprised expression when he saw the pyramid vibrating, thought it was his own attack that worked. Immediately, the divine power broke out again and continued to attack the pyramid. But he didn't realize that the top of the pyramid had turned red at this time. A mighty red beam of light is gathering. That power once hit Qi Jiuxiao heavily. To know Qi Jiuxiao, it is an existence that has reached the level of the 9 tribulations. It hurts when you get hit, not to mention a peak of the 8 tribulations realm. The Lord of the Gore Fiend, but he didn't care about this, and attacked wildly. It's not his ignorance either. It was the red beam of light without any divine aura, colorless and odorless. When the Lord of the Gore Fiend kept attacking the pyramid, burst out, the red beam of light, like a streamer, rushed directly to the chest of the Gore Fiend Hall Master. If this blow is hit, the Gore Fiend Palace Master will surely fall. When Jian Wushuang saw the red light beam, his first reaction was to flee. He had seen the power of the beam of light. The burning sensation can be felt from a distance. The red light beam, after the eruption, divine power is also exposed. The terrifying divine power has exceeded 20 million. The Gore Fiend Palace Master was completely stunned. He had never seen such powerful divine power before. Frozen place. Jian Wushuang only managed to escape by himself. He didn't care about the death of the blood demon Hall Master at all. Dead is also dead. He has said that the pyramid is the treasure of the 9 tribulations realm. Can't break it all. If the other party does not believe it, there is no way. Those powerhouses who watched this battle felt the sound of time and space breaking. Then a red light obscures the sky. I don't know after that. Jian Wushuang also buried his head and fled. Thought force is observing, but it was shattered by the red beam of light. Core place. Only Wu Zua and others could see it clearly inside the pyramid. When the red beam of light was about to kill the Gore Fiend Hall Master, a stalwart figure appeared. Broken time and space, instantly restored. Time and space create eternity. The stalwart figure pushed the Gore Fiend Hall Master away. He blocked the opponent behind him and blocked himself in front of the red beam of light by himself. Because it was too late, I could only resist. A stalwart figure. His hands are difficult to resist. I just feel that my divine body is being crushed. The hands have disappeared. The body of the gods was also severely damaged. It was difficult to block the red beam of light. Inside the pyramid, Wu Zua and others were stunned by the scene in front of them. Unexpectedly, the power of the Yukanshu, calm red beam of light, will be so powerful. Dongsheng and the others didn't know who was blocking the attack for the Gore Fiend Hall Master, but they understood that if the blow just hit the Gore Fiend Hall Master, the opponent would definitely fall. The one who can actively help the Gore Fiend Hall Master to block the attack. It must be more powerful than the Lord of the Gore Fiend. Wu Zua was very familiar with the person in front of him, because not long ago, through the introduction of the king, I got to know each other, the true overlord of the eternal world of the sky. Old man Tiansong, the figure of the stalwart, but the front is an old man in 60s. Seeing this, Wu Zhuo also reacted. No wonder that after his voice transmission to Tiansong, the gore fiend hall master stopped taking action against Jian Wushuang. It turns out that the two of them have tricks. He did not hesitate to be seriously injured to help the gore fiend hall master resist this blow. Even a fool can see that the relationship between the two is not ordinary, and looking at the looks, there is a high probability that they are father and son. Power dissipated. Calm returned to the sky. The hands of the old man Tiansong also recovered, and he ignored the gore-fiend palace master behind him, but hooked his head and shouted into the pyramid, "Senior Brother Wu?" The way he talks is extremely funny, like a kid. Wu Zhuo also stretched out his head at this time. Instead of looking at the old man Tiansong, he first glanced at the gore-fiend hall master, obviously doubting the safety of the moment. Seeing this, the old man Tiansong quickly apologized and said, "I came late and made the dog rude in front of my senior brother." Cough, cough. Wu Zhuo walked out of the pyramid when he saw this with steady steps and an arrogant expression, glanced at the old man Tiansong, and said angrily, "You are not a dog, I think it is a dragon." Age lightly became the eight tribulations realm, a dragon, and a phoenix among people, https:// please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version, Reading URL. Chapter 59, 83. The old man of Tiansong knew that Wu Zhuo was speaking the opposite, still complaining about the rudeness of the gore-fiend hall master just now, especially that hand knife. The left half of Wu's face was almost split open. "Where are you still? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to your uncle?" The old man Tiansong turned his head and shouted angrily. Seeing that the gore-fiend palace master was still a little unconvinced, he raised his hand and patted the other party's head. The sound is crisp. "Master." These two words reminded the gore-fiend hall master. In the entire northern time and space, there are not many people who can make his father treat him with such respect, except for those gods. It is the legendary king. Ordinary gods are not bad. They have little power, and they are not as good as the old man Tiansong. But the realm king is different. The old man of Tiansong, who has always been known as the real disciple of the realm king to the outside world. "Now I call Wu Zhuo brother." He woke up instantly, looking at Wu Zhuo with an incredible face. "Why, do I have flowers on my face?" Wu Zhuo made a fierce look at the gore-fiend hall master. The old man Tiansong turned his head and glared at the gore-fiend hall master. It was only at this point that the gore-fiend hall master accepted the reality. Standing honestly behind the old man Tiansong, he respectfully bowed to Wu Zhuo to apologize. This scene stunned everyone. The old man Tiansong appeared. Those onlookers recognized the stalwart figure. Moreover, seeing this ancient existence in the eternal world, he was extremely polite to Wu Zhuo and even scolded the gore-fiend hall master. They were all surprised. The gore-fiend hall master, who was the party involved, was even more surprised. He never thought that Wu Zhuo would have a relationship with the realm king. If it was Jian Wushuang, it wouldn't be so gaff. Jian Wushuang, who was standing in the distance, also flew slowly from here. "Senior Tiansong, what a nuisance this time." Jian Wushuang didn't put on airs, but greeted the legendary figure in the northern time and space in a flat tone. The old man Tiansong is a peerless genius who knows Jian Wushuang and possesses the power of life, the key person who entered Wanlia's home. In the northern time and space, Jian Wushuang's name is extremely loud. After all, it has the power of life. That is a mobile treasure house. It's just that no one dares to pay attention to Jian Wushuang. The same is true for the old man of Tiansong, who said with a smile, "I didn't expect that the peerless Taoist friend was there. It really made my Tiansong domain shine. If those scattered tribulations knew about it, I am afraid that the threshold of the old man would be broken. When he said this sentence, he had blocked the surrounding time and space. The bystanders outside did not know what they were talking about, but the Gore-fiend Hall master listened carefully. Knowing that the person in front of him was Jian Wushuang, his expression was also greatly moved. Now, in the northern time and space, the few powerhouses who are the most difficult to provoke have offended him. Fortunately, he is not a robbery. Otherwise, you will regret to death. The reason why Jian Wushuang is able to play a pivotal role in the northern time and space. The power of life that it masters is the biggest bargaining chip. It has the combat power of the peak of the 8 tribulations. Ordinary robbery is not enough to see. Another point is that you can use the power of life to exchange everything. If Jian Wushuang is willing, he can use his life force to buy half of the northern time and space. Practitioners in the northern time and space, at least 70% are scattered robbery. Only 30% are the masters of the universe. This is also the reason why the North Time and Space has been continuously strong recently. In the past, it was good to be able to account for 2 achievements. Although he knew his importance, Jian Wushuang was not as arrogant as Wuzhua because of this, but rather kept a low profile. Facing the old man Tiansong, he also showed respect. Even if the other party praised him, he replied modestly, "Senior Tiansong is serious. I am only the Lord of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm, but the light of rice grains, how dare I compete with the sun and the moon for glory?" The old man Tiansong smiled, and the dark Tao Jian Wushuang was much better at talking than Wuzhua. The 3 ancient existences are indeed worthy of respect. Just relying on the blow that broke out in the pyramid just now can hurt the original Qi Jiuxiao. The old man of Tiansong, under the hard resistance, his divine power only decreased a little. In other words, the opponent's divine power may have reached a level comparable to the 9 tribulations realm, not much worse than the original Qi Jiuxiao. Eternal existence is not the 9 tribulations realm. This has been known from the Realm King, speaking of which, the first warrior of the 9 tribulations realm in northern time and space. It was created by Babylon, possesses the powerful combat power of the 9 tribulations realm. Incredibly tyrannical. During the trip to Wanlu, he was almost beaten by Qi Jiuxiao. Finally, relying on Danbao to make a comeback. And it's not even a head-on defeat. One can imagine how terrifying Qi Jiuxiao's combat power is. Even in the entire northern time and space, it takes countless powerhouses to join forces to compete. Fortunately, it has now been suppressed by Danbao's immortal temple. Otherwise, it's really a big hassle. The old man of Tiansong read almost the introduction, and also saw that Jian Wushuang and the others came to Tiansong territory. 80% of the time they were looking for him, so he took the initiative to say, "Since a few of you have come to the old man's territory, why not go to the old man's cave?" So good. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. I think Wu's face is still good. Originally, I thought it would be a little troublesome to seek help from an ancient existence. Didn't expect it to go so smoothly. The old man Tiansong smiled, lightly. "Please." After speaking, take the lead and lead the way to the core Tiansong Palace of Tiankanju. Jian Wushuang collected the pyramid and wrapped Wuzhua and others with his thoughts, and directly followed the old man Tiansong. After they left, those bystanders, who could not see the fight, naturally dispersed. But after this war, pyramid is even more magical. The Lord of the Gore-fiend also followed the old man Tiansong. Rather than following, it is better to say that he was being carried by the old man Tiansong. The speed is so fast. The old man Tiansong turned his head and smiled at Jian Wushuang and the others, but his heart was a little shocked. Originally thought that Jian Wushuang would follow him with the pyramid. Relying on the speed of the treasure, it can be equal to him. Unexpectedly, without the treasure, the speed can keep up with him. Jian Wushuang does not have too many reservations. There is nothing worthy of threat to him from the northern time and space. Moreover, in Wanlu time and space, he exposed the speed. So many people are watching. I can't hide if I want to hide. The most important reason was that he felt that it was rude to let the owner of this place fly and lead them by taking the flying treasure. The group was extremely fast. It only took a stick of incense to resist the Tiansong Palace. The entire building of Tiansong Palace contains an ancient atmosphere. It has been passed down to this day, and I don't know how many times it has gone through. However, the Tiansong Palace has been circulated forever. In the core Jade Tree Hall of Tiansong Palace, a very grand banquet was being arranged at this time. Hurry up, the guests of the ancestors will come soon. Move faster. A middle-aged man in a brocade and jade robe was orderly instructing the arrangement of the servants. His identity is not simple, but he is the power of blood among the descendants of the old Tiansong, an extremely powerful junior. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL Chapter 5984. Now, he is the master of the Seven Tribulations realm universe. It is also the most powerful Tianjiao in the Tiansong Palace at the same time. Now he is instructing his servants to welcome the guests of the ancestors. The old man Tiansong obviously raised the standard to the highest level with the arrival of Jian Wushuang and others. Not too long ago, hearty laughter came from a distance. Feeling the presence of the ancestor, he hurriedly asked the servants to step back and walked out with a smile on his face. Grandson, Yu Wuji pays respect to the ancestor and to the seniors. But when he looked up at the distinguished guest behind the ancestor, he was stunned. The leader is a lord of the Seven Tribulations realm universe, and his aura is similar to his. There are also 3 Six Tribulations realm universe lords and an ordinary woman behind. For a while, I was a little stunned, and I couldn't tell who was the distinguished guest. At this moment, behind the ancestor, he felt a powerhouse that was very similar to the power of his own bloodline, Lord of the Gore-Fiend, the Lord of the 8 Tribulations realm universe. The restrained breath made Yu Wuji just discovered. After recognizing the other party, his expression softened. If it weren't for the presence of the ancestors, I'm afraid I would be directly black-faced. Jian Wushuang also saw this subtle change, but he didn't care. They all know the relationship between the Gore-Fiend Hallmaster and the old man Tiansong. The reason why there are no rumors, it is estimated that it is also a scandal, and I do not want to say it. The old man Tiansong introduced cheerfully, Senior Brother Wuzhua, little friend Wushuang. This Yu Wuji is my junior, and he is one of the most dazzling people of his generation. Very good. The peak power is probably 5 million. Wuzhua nodded lightly and made some comments. When Yu Wuji heard that the ancestor was so polite to the master of the Seven Tribulations realm universe, he even called Senior Brother, and his heart was extremely shaken. The key is to tell his true strength. A distinguished guest is a distinguished guest, and his vision and strength are not ordinary. Okay, let's sit at the table. Elder Tiansong raised his hand and invited everyone to enter the Yushu Palace. Wuzhua was the first to walk in unceremoniously. Jian Wushuang and the others also followed. The moment I entered the Yushu Palace, I felt a burst of relaxation in my body and mind. The soul is completely empty, and the power of thought becomes extremely active. This has a great relationship with the origin in the hall. Senior Tiansong, in this jade tree, if I guess correctly, there should be a tree soul, and it's also a tree soul at the level of the 8 tribulations. Jian Wushuang walked to the edge of the jade tree, looked at it carefully, and said the uniqueness of this Yushu. The old man Tiansong did not answer, but gave Yu Wuji a wink. The other party immediately understood, immediately stood up, explained the origin of Yushu to Jian Wushuang and others, and patted Jian Wushuang's flattery by the way. Jian Wushuang was a little embarrassed about this. Yu Wuji, the lord of the 7 tribulations realm universe, shouted at his predecessors, which made him a little unaware of the truth. Although the strength is much stronger than the opponent, the realm is much worse. The other party is the master of the 7 tribulations realm universe. He was only in the 6 tribulations realm, so he was somewhat disrespectful. He didn't say anything more, and sat down honestly. He sat on the left side of the old man Tiansong, and he would beg the other party later, but he couldn't speak if he didn't sit closer. Wu Zhu was seated as a guest of honor. Next to Wu Zhu is Yu Wuji. Yu Wuji, who was sitting beside Wu Zhu, poured wine for Wu Zhu and introduced the food on the table. All this must be the old man Tiansong, who reminded him secretly. For what? It is also very simple. Jian Wushuang didn't say anything, so he took the initiative to chat with the old man Tiansong. Knowing that Wu Zhu's words were not serious, the old man Tiansong was also willing to talk to Jian Wushuang. As for the others, they are more cautious. Gu, especially the Gorfiend Hall master, felt uncomfortable after entering the Yushu Hall and sat at the end. No one paid any attention to him. Even Dongsheng and Wanyan were sitting in front of him. Let the dignified Gorfiend Palace master sit in the corner. I am afraid that Tiansong Palace has this ability. Yu Wuji and Wu Zhu were bragging and chatting, and they talked about the battle just now. Hearing the Gorfiend Hall master, he dared to attack Wu Zhu. He seized the opportunity at once and stomped the Gorfiend Hall master fiercely in words. Wu Zhu is very useful for this. Apparently, he remembered that slap well. Don't look at his frivolous surface, but his heart is like a mirror. Know why these people are so respectful. He himself is nothing but the lord of the 7 tribulations realm universe. The most important thing that can make the old man Tiansong take such care is the relationship with the realm king. At the same time, he is a direct disciple of the real king, and he will become a super strong in the future. Because these will be respected. The latter is not important, and it has nothing to do with them being super strong. The 3 ancient existences have the ability to become the 9 tribulations realm. It's just that the northern time and space can't carry it. Moreover, they have all entered the world god continent and have the most knowledge. Knowing the appearance of the god of life will enhance the life of the entire northern time and space, and they will be able to break through at that time. After the breakthrough, he went to the world god continent to continue his journey. Now returning to the northern time and space, it is entirely because there is no way to improve in the world continent. I just returned to my hometown time and space, waiting for the appearance of the god of life. They can be said to be the first batch of practitioners who have benefited from the world god continent, the most reliant on the world god continent. After entering the world god continent, he grew to the limit. Then he thought of sending the younger generation to the world god continent to practice. If you want to go to the world god continent, you need the most crucial world god order. This kind of thing only the realm king has. That's why he flattered Wu Zhu, the direct disciple of the enchantment king. The Gorfiend Hall master bowed his head to Wu Zhu because of this. After Yu Wuji learned about Wu Zhu's identity, she was even more attentive. Everything is for the good. This isn't actually a bad thing, just a hassle. Wu's expression was only vague, but his heart was disdainful. It is actually very easy to get the World God token. It can be obtained as long as it has made a great contribution to the Northern Time and space. For example, Jian Wushuang and others helped Dan Bao become the of life. As long as they come out alive from the Wanlu universe, everyone will get the World God token. It is not so easy to obtain the World God token for no reason. The Realm King will not send it out at will because of limited places. The existence of the Northern Time and space is to breed more powerful practitioners, rather than humaneness. Even if Wuzhua is the real disciple of the Realm King, it is not so easy to get the extra realm orders. If it weren't for Jian Wushuang's request for the old man Tiansong, Wuzhua himself would not want to pay attention to these people. The problem that Jian Wushuang was worried about was still here. Before he asked for help, others would ask him. If other conditions were met, he could do it, but he really couldn't do anything about the World God's order. He only had one in his hand. Chapter 59, 85. Although he was confused, he still expressed his demands first. Tiansong's face changed when he heard that the pyramid was repaired, but his heart was ecstatic, and he immediately responded, "Senior Tiansong, your eyes." Jian Wushuang took out the pyramid on the spot, but it had shrunk to the size of a palm and handed it to the old man Tiansong. The Gore-fiend Hall Master, who knew the power of the pyramid, couldn't help but look up. Just now, he was almost killed by the attack from this pyramid, especially knowing that this pyramid is still damaged. His eyes are even more startled. The well-informed old man Tiansong was not too shocked by this. He is a super strong man who has been to the World God continent. He has seen many treasures, and he himself has treasures at the level of the 9 tribulations. Although the pyramid was powerful, he still recognized it at a glance. This pyramid must be the treasure of the mechanical race from the Southern Time and space. After careful observation, the old man Tiansong continued, and it was created by the metal light brain of a special ethnic group in the mechanical race. It is very special. Jian Wushuang was stunned when he heard the mechanic. Metal light brain, he knows. But it was the first time he heard about the mechanical race. Through the explanation of the old man Tiansong, he realized that the life structure of the Southern Time and space is very different from the Northern Time and space. It's not as simple as it seems. The machine race is actually the same as the human race. They are both groups born in time and space. It's just that the level of life is different. The human race is highly savvy. The mechanical family is extremely talented in creating treasures. Its combat power may be average, but using some treasures, he was able to fight with the super powerhouses of the human race. And extremely difficult. Senior, is there a way to completely repair this pyramid? Jian Wushuang still asked what he was most worried about. The stronger this pyramid is, the more he has to repair it. Otherwise, he would have no confidence in his heart if he went back to deal with destruction. After hearing this, Tiansong smiled lightly. "Young friend Wushuang, we are all our own people. Since you have opened your mouth, I will help you with this matter, but it is very difficult to repair it completely. It's impossible to get up and repair, but am sure I can recover 70%. 70%. That is already the limit of the old man Tiansong. Among the 3 ancient existences, the old man Tiansong was the oldest. It also takes the longest time to be at the top. After failing to find a way forward, he began to study all kinds of sideways. He knows a lot about the secret methods of the mechanical family. After all, the powerhouses of the mechanical race are not strong themselves, and they rely on the treasure to win. He wanted to try this route from the beginning, after reaching the peak. Although the king of the realm said that he must wait for the appearance of the god of life to break through the 9 tribulations realm. But the first class is countless epics. Nature will not wait. They are all studying other secrets. For example, creating stronger secret methods, or researching casting, alchemy, and origin. As long as they can improve their combat power, or assist in combat, they all hunt. Among them, the old man Tiansong, who was very obsessed with casting, chose the peak's secret method of the mechanical family. It is already possible to refine some common-level mechanical treasures, such as the 8 Tribulations Realm Universe treasures. Now that Jian Wushuang took out the treasure of the mechanical family at the level of the 9 Tribulations, he didn't have much confidence. To be able to say 70% is already a bit exaggerated. The harder it is to say, the more favor Jian Wushuang owes. At that time, it is also possible to raise the matter of the World God's order. Even if he couldn't come up with the World God token, he would still help Jian Wushuang, not only to curry favor with Wu Zua. More importantly, he is optimistic about Jian Wushuang. The strength of Jian Wushuang is obvious to all. It's not as simple as life force. There is also a relationship with the god of life, as well as his own combat power. All deserve their help. Now is the help in the snow, and making friends in the future will be the icing on the cake. Qiqing. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and said in his heart, "That's enough." The current pyramid, according to the old man Tiansong, is basically a shell. A little can be fixed. He is also satisfied. Little friend Wushuang, let me say a personal word. You have the order of the world god, and after the strength is further improved, you can go to the world continent, where can there be a 9 Tribulation realm powerhouse, and there are also mechanical clans. The 9 Tribulations realm powerhouse can completely ask the other party to help repair the pyramid at that time, but the price will not be small. Jian Wushuang does not know much about the world god continent, but I also understand that where are the 4 major time and space, and some powerhouses in the starry sky. It is a continent of different time and space. It is normal to have a strong person in the 9 Tribulations realm. Right now, I can only do this first. Jian Wushuang picked up the wine bottle and said loudly, "This time, there is Senior Lao. If you need to speak up, the junior will definitely do what he can. The fixed thing is solved. Next, some repair treasures are needed. To repair the treasures of the mechanical family, you can't repair the broken copper and iron in the northern time and space." A strong man who has been to the world god continent. He knew the old man Tiansong and Wu Zua. Wu Zua went to the realm god continent just to play, always following the realm king. There will be treasures of the mechanical family. So he had to buy it from the other party. Helping to fix it, that would be a big boon. You can't let the other party out with the treasure. At the beginning of refining the sword of myriad tribulations, it was only one time that he smashed the stars. You can't always take advantage of others. Jian Wushuang also thought about it. As long as the old man Tiansong opened his mouth, he would agree to everything, even if it is the order of the world god. If it's a big deal, he will tell the other party his world order. Anyway, he didn't plan to go to the world god continent. Even if he needs to go in the future, it's a big deal for him to ask the realm king for mercy. Of course, if the old man Tiansong didn't want the world god's order, it would be better. In addition to the treasures that he uses, he can give it to the other party. "It's all my own. Why be so polite? I have a lot of treasures from the mechanic family. They are all trophies. Nothing to talk about." The old man Tiansong was extremely arrogant, and he didn't mention anything in return. But the more he said that, Jian Wushuang was overwhelmed. If it is Wu Zua, I am afraid that at this time he will start to pretend to be dead and not speak. Back in the Qi temple, Wuzwa did not miss out on treasures from the true spirit, just because of his thick skin. But Jian Wushuang couldn't stand this kind of thing. It's harder to owe someone something than someone else owes you something. The old man Tiansong also saw this, and he would always apologize. If it was Wuzwa, he would not be so apologetic. After all, after living for so many years, who has not seen it before, and can still be pitted by two juniors? No. Jian Wushuang shook his head firmly. Senior has repaired the treasure for me for free. How many treasures are needed for the repair materials? I have to come out. The old man Tiansong also stood up, patted Jian Wushuang on the shoulder, and said, "No need. This old man has accumulated a lot of money over the years. Everyone is from the northern time and space, and we will go to the world god continent together in the future, and we have to help each other. What kind of treasure is this?"